$1,000 cash back or 0% financing. Visit a Ford store or localfordstores.com and drive one.
And we're pretty much done with SportsCenter. By the way, President Barack Obama, 14-2 in second-round games today. He's middle of the pack on ESPN.com.
WBC coming up next, U.S. and Japan. It could be a massacre.
It could be.
A two-run game.
Like I'm seeing route.
Again tonight, Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles, California, hosts the world for a baseball party. It's Team USA and defending champion Team Japan set to battle for a spot in tomorrow's final in the World Baseball Classic. When national pride is in play, there's just no predicting. Except that patriotism will always lead to displays of passion. Los Angeles! And now, this is where we stand. At the last stop on a route that was lined with wind-rippling color and the thunderous swells of 1,000 voices raised. An international Final Four has made it to the City of Angels. South Korea has already done its nation proud. And now, in the second semifinal, returning champion Japan, to a man feeling honor-bound to repeat with their flawless brand of small ball and meet an American team of all-stars with an all-or-nothing attitude. Only a title will do. Baseball, once a metaphor for America, now a mutual friend to the nations of the world. Japan, Team USA, next. It's cool and windy at Dodger Stadium as this international baseball bash gets down to its final three. Team USA and Team Japan ready to play ball tonight. In effect, a Game 7. The winner plays tomorrow night for the championship. The loser goes home or back to spring training, as the case may be. 16 nations at the beginning, now only 3. South Korea in the final after their drubbing of Venezuela last night. And so, our story is Team United States, Team Japan, the winner to face South Korea tomorrow. Hello, everyone. I'm Jon Miller, along with Steve Phillips and Joe Morgan. Steve, I'll get to you later. Okay. Joe, Davey Johnson, the manager of Team USA, he knows what he's up against. He managed the Team USA club in the Olympic Games last year. They faced Team Japan, and they beat Team Japan. So he knows what it takes. He had a decision to make, though. 2 all-star pitchers, Jake Peavy of the Padres, Roy Oswalt of the Astros, and he elected to go with Oswalt, a 2-time 20-game winner. He won 17 games last year for the Astros.
Well, it appears that maybe Oswalt is closer to being ready for opening day than Peavy is at this time. Roy Oswalt is one of the most dominant pitchers in all of Major League Baseball. When he has his great stuff, John, he's able to tie the hitters up inside. He will need that great fastball tonight because Team Japan is putting 7 left-handed hitters in there. He will have to pitch them inside. If you see him going away a lot, he may find trouble. But I think Roy Oswalt is going to be on top of his game because he is a big-game pitcher.
So Oswalt for Team USA. And Steve, Team Japan's manager is Tatsunori Hara, former outstanding third baseman of the Giants. His call for a starter was a little bit easier. He didn't have to have a big conference about it. There's only one choice. Daisuke Matsuzaka of the Boston Red Sox. He has been Japan's ultimate big-game pitcher. He's 5-0 in these 2 WBC tournaments.
Well, Daisuke Matsuzaka was great for the Boston Red Sox last year, going 18-3, but he's that much better in the World Baseball Classic. As John said, a 5-0 record with a 1.57 ERA between 2006 and 2009. There's a different Matsuzaka, though, in the World Baseball Classic. He's a guy who attacks the strike zone. He walked 94 hitters in the Major League regular season last year. Walk's not part of it now. He's throwing all of his pitches, 4 strikes, trying to work ahead, and he's going to have to be able to do that and be aggressive against this powerful USA lineup.
So, Team USA, they'll be coming up first. Team USA is the official visiting team here in L.A. So momentarily against Daisuke, we'll see Baltimore's Brian Roberts. He'll be followed by Derek Jeter, and then the Phillies' Jimmy Rollins. Daisuke Matsuzaka up against Team USA. First pitch from L.A. in the World Baseball Classic is next.
We like to establish our dominance with a fastball.
Make sure you're getting up over your front leg.
We throw inside when we have to. And we don't listen to that.
The Major League's down to the minor details. Major League Baseball 2K9. Play ball! Rated E for everyone.
This'll work.
Hey, look, it's the four guys.
Have a good time, four guys.
Four Captain and Colas. No. Four guys' money's no good here.
Wow, the four guys. You must be doing really well.
Why, have you seen our posters?
Yeah.
Sweet. Got a little captain in you. Drink responsibly.
When you drive a Chrysler, Jeep, or Dodge vehicle, you're not just getting behind the wheel. You're getting behind an American car company. So it's our responsibility to deliver the best vehicles on and off the road. Our quality and reliability are the best in company history. We've improved fuel economy on 73% of our vehicles over last year and offer a best-in-the-business lifetime powertrain warranty. And now everyone gets our employee price, plus generous cash allowances on most models, plus 0% financing for well-qualified buyers. We don't want to be just any car company. We want to be your car company.
Thanks, Juan. Do you want to take a vacation but can't decide where to go? Maybe this will help. Save up to 50% on vacations to places like the Caribbean, Mexico, and Hawaii. Get clicking, people.
Who's up for charades? We are.
Absolutely. Awesome. Game's on DirecTV in like 10 minutes. Check it out. I can easily set my home DVR right from here. Hey, can you feel this?
Set your home DVR from any cell phone or computer. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
Now for a limited time, get a KFC Famous Bowls combo with drink for only $2.99. Layers of our home-style mashed potatoes, sweet corn, and all-white meat crispy chicken, all topped with gravy and a 3-cheese blend. KFC Famous Bowls combo, only $2.99.
ESPN.com/fantasy baseball. Rumors.
This is Buster.
Mr. Roto's mailbag. Trades.
Who's your boss?
Click, trade, dominate.
Sweet.
All for free. Sign up for fantasy baseball at the new ESPN.com. Follow your sports.
ESPN's coverage of the World Baseball Classic is brought to you by Major League Baseball 2K9. Play ball, rated E for everyone.
Cool and windy here in LA. We had some rain during the day. Tatsunori Hara on the right, Davey Johnson right there. The two managers exchanging the lineup cards moments ago. Let's take a look at the Team USA batting order presented by 2K Sports, Major League Baseball 2K9. Baltimore's Brian Roberts leads off. He's been sensational since coming onto the roster. Derek Jeter of the Yankees at shortstop. Jimmy Rollins, the designated hitter, MVP in the National League a couple of years ago. David Wright with that dramatic game-winning hit on Tuesday against Puerto Rico. That's why the USA is in this game. He's at third base from the Mets. Adam Dunn, a new Washington National, the slugger in right field. Ryan Braun, who got hurt last week, but he's well enough to play now. The Milwaukee Brewers, another slugger, left field. Brian McCann of the Atlanta Braves is the catcher, hitting seventh. Mark DeRosa at first base. He's played at first, but has never started a game as far as he can recall. But he's in there tonight because of all the injuries. And Curtis Granderson of the Tigers is in center field, batting ninth. All up against Daisuke Matsuzaka, an 18-game winner last year for the Boston Red Sox in the American League.
Daisuke Matsuzaka, a wide assortment of pitches, goes that two-seam fastball, four-seam fastball. The slider is his put-away pitch to the right-handed hitters and an effective changeup to the lefties.
So Daisuke will be facing the top of this USA batting order, and this is part of that order along with Shane Victorino, who in that Tuesday game, as we see the defense for Team Japan.
About third base, you see Kawasaki filling in. We talked about Shuichi Murata, the injury to him, and Kawasaki playing a Gold Glover at shortstop, moving over to play third base, looking for defense in this game. Japan hasn't done it with offense. They've done it with good pitching and catching the ball and hoping to get defense from Kawasaki at third.
There's Kawasaki, number 52. But when they made that dramatic comeback, they were down by 2 runs in the 9th inning in Miami last Tuesday, facing elimination. And the hitters they had coming up were Shane Victorino and then these 3 guys, Brian Roberts, Derek Jeter, and Jimmy Rollins, 4 leadoff type hitters. And 3 of them got on base. Jeter also hit a line shot, but right to the right fielder for an out. And that set the stage for the ultimate game-winning hit by David Wright, the 2-run single along the right field line, and Team USA had a sensational 6-5 victory, and that's why they are here. The first pitch in this semifinal game, a little bit low from Daisuke to Brian Roberts. 1 ball and no strike. Now Brian Roberts has evolved into one of the top leadoff men in the American League with the Baltimore Orioles. Center field, way back there, Fukudome, way back, it's gone. That is not a normal part of his game, but Brian Roberts gets this USA crowd into it immediately, leading off the game with a home run against Daisuke.
Well, I was just about to mention, John, Dustin Pedroia is gone, but they came with a great replacement in Brian Roberts. He is an all-around player. He can do everything, and he does have power, as we saw here on this pitch. The ball's right in the middle of the plate. And that's one of the things that I always felt like Daisuke was afraid of. He would nibble, and then get himself in trouble. He came right down the middle with a fastball, and Brian Roberts deposited over the center field fence.
Now Derek Jeter from the Yankees, and that's ball 1 in the dirt.
Now we'll see if he's going to continue to pound the strike zone like you said he's done in the past, which he has done.
Well, home runs tend to get you to start to nibble a little bit, and command of the fastballs where Matsuzaka has been so good in the Classic, but didn't command the pitch to Roberts for the home run.
Hit softly to short. Nakajima throws out Jeter, 1 away. Jeter has seen Daisuke many times as part of that fierce Red Sox-Yankees rivalry. So Daisuke is not a mystery to him. And talking to Jeter before the game, he said, well, we usually see a lot of pitches. Sometimes Daisuke had 50, 60 pitches the first couple of innings when he's facing the Red Sox. Or pitching for the Red Sox against the Yankees. Now here's Jimmy Rollins, the switch hitter. And he is the designated hitter tonight. Also a shortstop, as is Jeter. Jeter's at short. Shallow center field. It falls! The center fielder, Fukudome of the Chicago Cubs, laid back on that one, let Nakajima go for it. Nakajima didn't get it.
Joe, you talked about how the USA needed to play a fundamentally sound game, but because Japan typically does. This is a fly ball out there and a lack of communication. The center fielder has the priority on this ball, but Fukudome not very aggressive there, making the call on it. The shortstop's got to go until he gets called off on the ball and falls in.
Yeah, that definitely was the center fielder's play right there. He should have run, just come hard and run the shortstop off. He didn't do that.
And now David Wright of the Mets. David Wright in the World Baseball Classic hitting .296, 4 runs batted in. Wright has his big toe on his left foot heavily taped up. He did not lose the toenail when he hit that foul ball off the toenail against Team Venezuela on Wednesday in Miami, but he had to have some work on it.
Well, let's watch this play again, John. Here's Fukudome's. He's not coming full speed, and he slows up too quickly. The infielder will always give way if you come hard. They'll get out of your way and let you come catch the ball. He didn't do that.
And that allowed Jimmy Rollins to reach. Jimmy Rollins, who's had 3 steals to lead Team USA so far in the tournament.
And I'll be surprised if he doesn't run.
2-0 the count. And that is in for a called strike.
Because I think you can always run on Matsuzaka. I mean, he does not have a great pickoff move, and his delivery to the plate allows you to get a good jump.
Rollins dives safely back to the bag. 2-1 the count to David Wright. In fact, at the batting cage before the game, Jimmy Rollins was picking the brain of Brian Roberts of the Baltimore Orioles, who sees a lot of Matsuzaka in the American League, about things to pick up in terms of how to get a jump against it. Ball hit softly. Nakajima throws him out. Rollins over to second. 2 down.
David Wright got jammed right there. It's interesting as the ball's going by Daisuke Matsuzaka. He thought about trying to field it. And then he backed off a little bit, I think, with some idea that maybe they could turn 2. The ball was hit too slowly. Nakajima came in, charged it, was able to make the play.
Now Adam Dunn, the 5th place hitter. Adam Dunn, formerly of the Cincinnati Reds for several years, at the tail end of last year with Arizona, just recently signed by the Washington Nationals. Big, strong, and enormous power. And that slider is in there for a called strike. Adam Dunn so far in the Classic is hitting .368, and he's leading Team USA with 3 home runs, actually tied with Kevin Youkilis, who is no longer with the team, having left because of an injury. Adam Dunn has also walked 8 times, which is a regular part of his game. Got jammed on that fastball, and is behind in the count 0-2. And this is a spot where Adam Dunn has received some criticism in the past. The runner in scoring position, Adam Dunn will often get a walk and seemingly be happy to take a walk. A lot of people feel he should be more aggressive and try to knock that runner in spots like this. He's behind here 0-2 to Daisuke Matsuzaka. Changed up on him, and a foul out of play off to the left.
John, I think one of the things that I've noticed about Team USA is their mental toughness. Look, they've had a lot of injuries. Youkilis is gone. Pedroia is gone. Chipper Jones is gone. But guess what? They still play hard, and they've still been able to come out with victories. And I really believe that they're going to win this thing just because of their mental toughness. It's going to depend on Oswalt tonight, of course, but I really think if they get to the championship game, they'll win it.
0-2 the count to Dunn. Runner at second, 2 down, a run in. Off the inside with a fastball.
Joe, what about the issue about Adam Dunn? John's right. One of the knocks is he's overly patient at times. With the runner in scoring position, should he be more aggressive?
I would think so if I was the manager, but remember, Ted Williams was the same way. Ted Williams took his walks. He wouldn't swing a pitch out of the strike zone. A lot of guys.
1-2 the count. Oh, backdoored him with a slider. Strike 3 called. Quite a pitch there by Daisuke Matsuzaka. But the leadoff homer by Brian Roberts, and Team USA has staked Roy Oswalt to a lead. Now Ichiro will lead off for Team Japan.
Did you hear McDonald's has cappuccinos now?
McDonald's?
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I could shave this thing off my face.
Yeah, we don't have to call movies films anymore.
We can talk about football.
I like football. I like sitting and watching football.
I don't need these glasses. These are fake.
I do need mine. They're very real.
Also try McCafe Mochas, rich dark chocolate with freshly ground espresso beans and real steamed milk. It's all the coffee, hold the attitude. Now at McDonald's.
I almost bought a beret the other day.
Don't.
American, this TV is free with every $1,000 furniture purchase.
American, this TV is free with every $2,000 purchase.
American, this TV is free with every $3,000 furniture purchase.
At American, get this 22-inch flat panel TV free with every $1,000 furniture purchase. This 42-inch flat panel free with every $2,000 purchase. And this Panasonic 50-inch flat panel free with every $3,000 furniture purchase.
Free TVs with furniture.
That's American.
MVP of the Anderson baby shower. Congratulations, Sarah.
Thanks, Dan. It feels really good.
What was the toughest part today?
I guess it was, pretending I actually wanted to be here. But I was able to stay focused and watch highlights from a bunch of college hoops games. So
great. What's next?
I'd really like my sister Nancy to talk to me again, but I'd settle for a ride home. Nancy!
All right, back to you in the studio.
Be an ESPN MVP. Get live GameCast, video alerts, ESPN bracketology, and more with VCast. Only from America's most entertaining network, Verizon Wireless.
The World Baseball Classic, and Team USA has jumped ahead 1-0 over Team Japan, with the Japanese about to bat. And here's the batting order for Team Japan, presented by 2K Sports, Major League Baseball, 2K9. Ichiro of the Seattle Mariners, and he has not really gotten going yet in this Classic. Hiroyuki Nakajima is the shortstop, batting second. Norichika Aoki in left field. Tsunori Inaba, the designated hitter, hitting cleanup. And Chihiro Ogasawara is at first base, a left-handed hitter. Kosuke Fukudome of the Chicago Cubs in center field. Kenji Jojima is the catcher of the Mariners. Akinori Iwamura of the Tampa Bay Rays at second base. And Munenori Kawasaki is at third base. 7 left-handed hitters against Roy Oswalt of the Houston Astros. And Oswalt has been having great success for the Astros, 2-time 20-game winner. The first pitch misses for a ball to Ichiro.
And Oswalt, as we mentioned, has a great fastball, changeup, and he will really pitch left-handers inside when he's on top of his game.
2-0 the count.
And what I like about him, he doesn't waste a lot of time. When you're playing defense behind a guy like Oswalt, you're ready because he's going to throw strikes. He keeps you on your toes, and you're ready to play the play.
2-0 the count. Ichiro with the off-speed pitch, and Brian Roberts throws him out. Oswalt was a 17-game winner last year for the Astros, despite getting off to a very, very slow start for him. In the Classic, he is 1-0 in 2 starts. You see the numbers there, 7 2/3 innings. And you pointed out, Joe, he has allowed 11 hits, a lot of hits allowed, but not many runs.
No, he's done damage control, and that's the mark of a good pitcher to me, is limiting the damage when you do get in trouble.
Here is Hiroyuki Nakajima, and it is 0-1.
That's the good fastball I was talking about from Oswalt. That ball was running in, and he had no chance.
Nakajima from the Lions in the Japanese leagues, and he hit .331 for the Lions last year. 21 homers, 81 batted in, and stole 25 bases.
Joe, you talked about Oswalt being a little bit further along than Jake Peavy in the open, and part of it, Roy Oswalt started throwing in mid-December. He committed, he knew he was going to be here, but he knew he needed to do more. Typically, he'd throw 1 time to his old junior college team before he'd go to spring training. He threw to them 5 times this year, making sure that his arm was ready. We did the first spring training game. He was throwing 94.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Nakajima.
Well, that goes back to a little bit of what David Wright was saying. You know you're coming, get ready to play. And obviously, pitching is more important. I think pitchers have to make that commitment and be ready to pitch when they get here.
1-2 the count. Nakajima out of the box. It is a very cool night, 59 degrees officially the game time temperature, and it feels cooler. On the inside corner, strike 3.
There's that pitch, fastball in that we're talking about. Let's take a look at the defense for Team USA. A couple of oddities here. You got Jeter at shortstop, but you also 3-time Gold Glove winner, but you also have Mark DeRosa taking over at first base, and he's normally a middle infielder, so we'll see how that works out as well.
Jeter getting the call at shortstop, DeRosa at first base. DeRosa has been a handy guy who plays the outfield all around the infield, but not so much at first base. And I asked him, I was sure maybe he'd started some games at first, and he said not to his memory. He said really he's only gone over there with the Cubs, for instance. Derek Lee in a blowout, they'd say, hey, we're going to give D the last inning or 2 off. Why don't you go over to first base? Things like that he's done. But the starting first baseman tonight, although he says he's not that concerned about it, he's played a lot of positions. He knows how the game is played.
Well, I think it's I'm sorry, Steve, go ahead.
He also didn't have a first base glove, because he hadn't played there before. Ryan Garko, his new teammate in Cleveland, FedExed a first baseman's glove to him. That's what he's using in this game tonight. Ryan Garko, his teammate's glove from the Cleveland Indians.
Well, I still think that if you're a middle infielder, it's easier to play any other position. It's tougher to come from the outfield to first base. But I think it's not that difficult to play the infield. You're used to scooping balls out. You're used to touching bags. You're used to doing those things. Whereas in the outfield, you don't catch throws that often. You're not used to digging balls out. You're not used to touching bags. But so I think, a guy like Mark DeRosa who's played middle infield, I don't think he'll have a big problem at first.
And he's got a ground ball to field right here. See? Oswalt covering. And the inning is over. Had a little trouble getting the ball out of the glove there.
Glove's too big. He's used to a middle infielder's glove.
On to the second inning. Ryan Braun, the slugger from the Brewers, will be coming up. USA leading 1-0.
Pervert. He's coming back quick, and he's coming back hard.
I'm gonna be just fine.
Everyone thinks they're fine until someone puts something in them they don't want in them.
On April 10th,
I swear I'm gonna catch this guy.
He's doing it for the job.
This guy did it.
Pero no lo entiendo.
What'd he say? I don't know. I don't speak Spanish.
For the girl.
You okay?
Physically, yes. Psychologically, no.
For the glory.
I'm so proud of you.
You're just drunk, Mom.
You're just your flower.
Observe and report.
Hey, Mom.
Rated R.
At the end of a long, hot day, grab a beer with a taste as cold as the Rockies. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Introducing Hyundai Assurance Plus. The assurance means we've got your back. The plus means for a limited time, we're even taking it one step further. If you lose your income, we'll make your payments for 3 months so you can hold on to your car. And if things still aren't up and running, you can bring the car back with no impact on your credit. Plus, now get great deals on a new Hyundai. Hyundai Assurance Plus. It all adds up to a smart time to buy.
Dear PlayStation, MLB 09 The Show thinks I can't hit the high and inside fastball. You're gonna fix that, right?
Well, Dustin, PlayStation gamers demand the most realistic baseball game ever, so we're just going to keep it as is. It's called integrity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just polishing my MVP trophy. How many MVPs do you know that can't hit that pitch?
Apart from you?
MLB 09 The Show, the most realistic baseball game ever. Rated E for everyone.
Mark DeRosa handled a ground ball at his unfamiliar position at first base, wearing that unfamiliar glove.
Well, you see, you just can't hide. There's a saying in baseball, you can't hide anybody on the field. They're going to find you. The ball to DeRosa, and he struggles getting it out a little bit, and Oswalt holds up in the bag to make the play. And if he couldn't get out of the glove, there's his teammate's name on it, Ryan Garko. If he couldn't get it out, you know Garko's going to get the blame for something being wrong with the glove.
Garko's glove is defective.
Yeah, defective glove.
Here's Ryan Braun leading off for Team USA, and ball one from Daisuke Matsuzaka. Braun has really blossomed as a slugger. You see the very little bit of experience at first base for DeRosa. 13 games. Only one time did he appear there last year, and although he didn't recall it, as we saw that graphic in the first inning, he did start a game at first base the year before last. Ryan Braun, the hitter, 37 homers, 106 batted in for the Milwaukee Brewers last year. 2-0 the count. And Daisuke misses 3-0.
John, Ryan Braun is one of the best young hitters in the game today because he seems to get better. All he has to do is key down a little bit. He seems to get a little too aggressive at times in the batter's box. But I tell you what, he can swing the bat, and he does a good job with runners in scoring position.
3-0 the count. And a fastball strike. 3-1. Braun and Prince Fielder have made a pretty good 1-2 combination for power and hitting the long ball, driving in runs for that emerging Milwaukee team that went to the postseason last year. And a foul out of play. Full count, 3-2.
You know, it's interesting with Matsuzaka. We talked about how aggressive he's been in the strike zone. And he came into the first at bat with Brian Roberts. Let me be aggressive with my fastball. But you know what? When they hit a home run against you, it starts to change. He's saying, well, maybe I should go back to nibble and work in the corners. And here we are again, kind of a trademark of Matsuzaka, a 3-2 count.
Nice pitch. Slider down and away, and handled by Ogasawara, the first baseman, unassisted, one away.
That's also a trademark of Matsuzaka there, being able to make a great pitch in those situations. Now, he'll miss occasionally, but he does make good pitches. That's not right there, slider down and away. That is not a pitch to hit, 3-2, but you can't take it because it's too close. Easy play at first base, but a good pitch there by Matsuzaka.
Here's Brian McCann. Daisuke with that little hip movement, and he misses low with a slider for ball one. Now, Daisuke has that interesting movement. He rocks back, and then he kind of moves his hips forward and back. He does a little dance there for a moment, and then completes his delivery. Now there's a little movement. It's almost like there should be some music playing when he
some salsa music, really. It's
got some style when he throws.
Well, the pause is not something that's new to the Asian pitcher, but the wiggle is his own touch to it.
3-0.
When you were watching Yoon last night, he had a pause at the top. Like you said, it's not unusual for the Asian pitchers to have that pause.
Well, that's kind of after the little hip swivel, but
we're back to the Matsuzaka that the Boston Red Sox saw a lot of last year. A lot of pitches early in the game, but he always was able to hold the damage down because he was 18-3.
It looks like when he's trying to go inside to the left-hander and away from the right-hander, he's cutting across his body. He's throwing across his body instead of following through and extending out in front.
18 wins, although he only pitched 167 and 2/3 innings. It's the second most wins in Major League history for a guy who pitched fewer than 170 innings. Mark DeRosa, and a foul out of play off to the right. DeRosa hitting .333 in the tournament with a home run, and actually leads Team USA with 7 runs batted in.
Mark DeRosa has always been a good hitter. He's always had a problem finding a position. I remember when he was with the Atlanta Braves, Bobby Cox told me, Joe, I can't find a position for him, but he can really hit.
That is foul. Handled by the catcher, Jojima of the Mariners, and fired down to Iwamura of the Rays at second base, but the plate umpire, Paul Emmel of Major League Baseball, immediately signaled a foul ball. 0-2 the count.
Well, the versatility for DeRosa, in my mind, is valuable for a National League team because you can move him around. He's a manager's best friend because he's a starting player at a different position every day. Going to the Indians, going to start a little bit at third base. He's also valuable for this sort of tournament play where you have injuries and you need him to move around. He's been perfect for Davey Johnson.
Ooh. Did he swing? Apparently not.
I want to ask you, I've been working with you for 20 years. Were you asking me or the umpire? I've always wanted to ask you, were you asking me, did he swing, or the umpire?
Well, if you had a thought on it, you could weigh in.
I'm kind of glad you asked, Joe, because I didn't really know, being the new guy here.
That ball is hit into left field. Aoki on the warning track. Now, in batting practice, the hitters commented that balls to left field were getting knocked down by the wind blowing in from left field, and that one might have been one that did get knocked down.
I actually thought he got it toward the end as well, John. He was a little bit out in front. The sound wasn't what I, expected it to be, but a little breaking ball, it looked like it was away, and he hit it toward the end of the bat.
Now, did I ask you?
All right, okay.
My question for you was, did he swing?
All right.
Here's Curtis Granderson now of the Detroit Tigers, and a ball off the outside.
He's around the batting cage during batting practice, and every time a ball was hit in the air to left field, Derek Jeter was saying, wasted swing, guys, don't go that way, don't go that way, because it was getting knocked down by the wind. And Mark DeRosa, in a lot of days, with wind blowing a little bit behind it, might be out of the park, but they were commenting that they could not hit the ball in the air to left field.
1 ball and no strikes to Granderson, who has considerable power himself. Last year opened the season on the disabled list for the Detroit Tigers. Still finished up with 22 homers, 66 batted in, and a .280 batting average. Runner at first, 2 down. Team USA leading 1-0. Granderson, of course, being in the American League, has faced Daisuke on several occasions, and he's done well against him. 4 hits, 9 at bats. In fact, the hitters on this Team USA club who have faced Daisuke in the past have a combined batting average of .415 against him. The likes of Jeter, Brian Roberts, Curtis Granderson, Ryan Braun faced him the most often. Now it's 3-1 to Granderson. There is the leadoff man, Roberts, on deck. McCann, who is not very fast. Do you think he's very fast, Joe?
No.
Just as I thought. 3-1 the count. And back to the screen. 3-2 the count now to Granderson.
We had this conversation yesterday about whether Matsuzaka would start to nibble when he faced major league hitters again instead of going right after everybody like he did before. And I really, remember I said yesterday, I think he will, because that's the way he looks at major league hitters. He still probably has a little bit of intimidation about major league hitters, I should say.
There goes McCann, and he just got a piece of it. Foul ball. He stays alive, does Granderson. McCann will have to go back to first. 3-2 the count. Daisuke has thrown 34 pitches, 20 so far here in the second inning.
Joe, you made the point that Matsuzaka, though, does have a knack of making the pitch when he needs to make the pitch. And, last year, hitters hit 198 against him when Matsuzaka was behind in the count. The league average, they hit 342. He makes a pitch to get out of a jam.
Here goes McCann. In the left field. Aoki. And the side is retired. 1-0 Team USA. The cleanup hitter, Inaba, coming up for Team Japan against Oswald.
May I help you?
Hi, I need to start saving on car insurance.
Money a bit tight?
Yeah, I've had to cut back, sell some stuff. Like his watch.
Ah, we can help you save because we instantly compare your Progressive Direct rate with rates from other top companies. Watch this. Nice savings.
This means I can buy my watch back.
Oh, this watch?
Yeah.
Not for sale.
That's cold.
Making sure you get a great deal. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
In your world, you're always on duty. In your world, the unpredictable is predictable. In your world, millions rely on you. In your world, you live to a higher standard. Panasonic Toughbook computers. Get equipped at foratoughworld.com. Toughbook 30 powered by Intel Centrino 2 with vPro technology.
Panasonic. Ideas for life.
This'll work.
Hey, look, it's the four guys.
Have a good time, four guys.
Four Captain and Colas. No. Four guys' money's no good here.
Wow, the four guys. You must be doing really well.
Why, have you seen our posters?
Yeah.
Sweet. Got a little captain in you. Drink responsibly.
Sports Center right now, I'm Trey Wingo. Kyle Busch earns his second Sprint Cup win of the year, winning the Food City 500 in Bristol, Tennessee. He led for 378 of the 500 laps in the race. Meanwhile, unbeaten UConn still is. First round tournament game, no problem, as Tina Charles scores 32 on 13 of 14 shooting as UConn rolls past Vermont 104-65. All this and much more next Sports Center after the World Baseball Classic.
Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles, site of this semifinal matchup in the World Baseball Classic. Team Japan is here, and so are thousands of Japanese rooters. Now that is a fan. We got a lot of big fans, apparently, at this game tonight. Roy Oswalt on the hill for Team USA with a 1-0 lead. Inaba, the cleanup hitter, takes ball one. Inaba hit .301 last year in Japan with 20 homers and 82 runs batted in for the Nippon Ham Fighters. 2-0 the count. Ogasawara and Fukudome to follow. Jake Peavy could have started this game. In fact, if they'd continued on in the rotation in which they had pitched, it would have been his turn to pitch. Jake Peavy, who faced Team Japan in the matchup between the clubs in the 2006 World Baseball Classic, and in fact got touched up for a leadoff home run by Ichiro in that game. And that's a called strike at the knees. 3-1 the count to Inaba.
Saw Roy Oswalt kind of looking in after the previous low pitch, looking for a strike.
And now it is 3 balls and 2 strikes to Inaba.
Paul Emmel, the home plate umpire, obviously a major league umpire, does not tend to expand the strike zone. He calls it fairly tight zone and not one to expand up, down, in, or out.
That almost hit him. It is ball 4. So Inaba gets a leadoff walk here in the second inning. We were talking about Jake Peavy, and Jake Peavy's standing by with our Pedro Gomez downstairs.
Jake, obviously, if they had followed rotation, this would have been your game, but Davey decided to go with Roy, save you. What did he tell you?
Oh, I'm excited. You know, we had time to work. You know, I got 3 extra bullpen sessions, and I needed to work. You know, I just wasn't myself. And this gave me 3 good mound sessions. And I'd had some history with Japan. You know, I pitched against Japan twice. And then once again in this tournament, the last time. So, it's unfamiliarity with Roy out there. A lot of these guys can game plan. So that was really the decision-making behind the whole process. And I'm excited to get the chance maybe tomorrow night to throw in the finals of this thing.
Well, your buddy Roy Oswalt is out on the mound today. What can he expect from this Japanese lineup?
Well, me and Roy talked a lot. I think a lot goes to changing speeds. Roy's excited to pitch tonight, throwing the ball 95 miles an hour here. But, we talked a lot, and Roy's as excited as anybody. This guy shows no emotion. He's like a kid, eating lunch today. And this is the best thing that I've ever experienced in baseball. Having a chance to play for your country in big games like this is fun. And I know Roy and the rest of the guys are having a good time as well.
All right, former Cy Young winner Jake Peavy, who will start tomorrow if the U.S. holds on in this game. Guys, back upstairs.
Thanks, Pedro. Peavy, who has struggled so far in the tournament, and as he has said, that curveball is a huge pitch for him, and really hasn't been there yet for him.
Well, he's a sinker ball pitcher, and you have all these left-handed hitters who slap the ball. I can understand why he's had trouble with them in the past, because they just put the ball in play. When you're hit against someone like Oswalt, who's overpowering, you have to swing the bat. You can't just slap the ball around.
Ogasawara has the count now at 3-1 after a walk to Inaba. Roy Oswalt, uncharacteristically wild, starting the second inning with a 1-0 lead. He's on the verge of walking another hitter with Fukudome coming up next.
He's rushing a little bit. The front shoulder's flying out, and on his breaking ball, he's running away from his arm. His arm's kind of dragging behind, and he's leaving it up and away from the left-handed hitter.
3-1 the count with the runner going. That's a base hit to left center. Braun over the field, and he's going to throw to third. Too late, and fortunately for Braun, Ogasawara did not take second base on that throw. First and third, nobody out.
Well, Ogasawara had second base easily because there wasn't a cutoff man. Jeter went over and wanted him to throw to second base. Braun came up and threw to third, and there was no one in between to cut the ball off. Well, you can see the runner takes off. Good hit and run. Jeter's over here. No one's in position for the cutoff. Braun throws it to third base, and Ogasawara probably realized he made a mistake by not going to second base.
A good base running by Inaba right there.
Here's Fukudome, first ball swinging. That is fairly shallow in left field. No tag up at third by Inaba. And the runners hold at first and third, so Fukudome is going on one pitch in an RBI situation. He has not had an RBI yet in the World Baseball Classic. Fukudome hitting only .235 in the tournament coming into this game, and no extra base hits of any sort.
Well, when the Cubs signed him last year, they thought he was going to be a guy that could hit in the fifth spot, drive in some runs. But he has proven that he wasn't that type of hitter. He was a top-of-the-order hitter, and I guess he proves that again because he swung at the first pitch and he couldn't do much with it. You have to be more patient when you're in those situations.
Here's Jojima. And Oswalt powers a 94-mile-an-hour fastball right by him. Strike one.
Well, the other reason that Fukudome at bat was bad is now you got a double play situation here and a double play threat in Jojima. Doesn't run very well. You get a pitch, you get him out in front on a breaking ball. You got a chance to get him to roll over on one, to get two.
That's the interesting thing about Oswalt. For the double play, get him to roll over on a slider or something, or a changeup. Because his fastball, you tend to get more fly balls and pop-ups when you do put it in play.
Oswalt with that infield set for the double play. Jeter at short, Roberts at second, both pulled in just a bit from the outfield grass. DeRosa on the bag at first with a runner there. Right field. This time Inaba will tag up. Adam Dunn, who does not have a real strong arm, will throw in towards second, and this game is tied. Jojima gets it done, the sacrifice fly to get the runner home.
Well, he was trying to get the fastball in, and in fact, McCann tried to get him to sink it a little bit inside, and he left it over the plate, and that's why Jojima was able to hit a fly ball. Watch the target. See where the target is down and in. See where the ball is. Right there pretty much in the middle of the plate, but because he has such a good fastball, he can leave balls in the middle of the plate sometime and get away with it.
Team USA won. Team Japan won. Runner at first, two down. The eighth place hitter, Aki Iwamura of the Tampa Bay Rays, hit .274 for the Rays. helped get them into the World Series last year. 6 homers, 48 batted in. He had been a third baseman when the Rays brought him in from Japan. And then last year, because they had a guy named Evan Longoria that they felt was going to be in the big leagues, and of course he was very shortly after the season began, asked him to move to second base, and he made that move, and he did it well. He was a huge reason that they went to the World Series. He is retired. So the leadoff walk by Oswalt has been turned into a run by Team Japan. Dave Roberts, who led off the game with a home run against Daisuke. Brian Roberts will lead off here in the third in a 1-1 game.
Old party allegiance and ties.
Mr. Lincoln, you may reply.
Would the good people like a reply?
I said, would the good people like a reply? I'll give you a reply.
You think that's surprising? Get this. Diet Dew has all the intensity of regular Dew with none of the calories.
Lease the Audi A4 for only $389 a month. Visit Lujack Audi of the Quad Cities today.
Chrysler, Jeep, or Dodge vehicle, you're not just getting behind the wheel, you're getting behind an American car company. So it's our responsibility to deliver the best vehicles on and off the road. Our quality and reliability are the best in company history. We've improved fuel economy on 73% of our vehicles over last year and offer a best-in-the-business lifetime powertrain warranty. And now everyone gets our employee price, plus generous cash allowances on most models, plus 0% financing for well-qualified buyers. We don't want to be just any car company. We want to be your car company.
Who's up for charades?
We are.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Games on DirecTV in like 10 minutes.
Check it out. I can easily set my home DVR right from here.
Hey, can you feel this?
Set your home DVR from any cell phone or computer. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
The World Baseball Classic semifinal. Team USA won. Team Japan won as we start the third inning. The NCAA Women's Championship will continue on ESPN 2. Tomorrow night with second-round regional action, you'll either see Rutgers and Auburn or Mississippi State and Ohio State. Purdue will take on North Carolina or Arizona State against Florida State. Also, San Diego State up against Stanford, Kansas State, Vanderbilt, Virginia versus Cal, or Gonzaga versus Pittsburgh. NCAA Women's Championship second-round regional coverage at ESPN 2 tomorrow, 9:30 Eastern. Strike one to Brian Roberts, who homered his 7th hit in 12 at-bats for Team USA. And that's out of play. Strike two. Derek Jeter and Jimmy Rollins will follow.
One of the questions Davey Johnson had is which of his shortstops would DH and which would actually play in the field. And it's been a difficult challenge for him the entire World Baseball Classic, trying to make sure guys got playing time, but also trying to put the best player in at the position.
Put him away. One down. Second strikeout.
A little change up when he ran away, threw a couple of fastballs, then ran a change.
For USA, shortstop number 2, Derek Jeter.
That's his offer. There he is. A little change up outside.
Now, Derek Jeter will come up. And Daisuke jumped ahead of Roberts and put him away. Here is Jeter, who grounded a short his first time. Jeter was a hot hitter 3 years ago in the World Baseball Classic. He ended up the tournament hitting .450. And this year he had a hard time getting going. Only 7 hits, 25 at bats.
But he hasn't driven in a run. I think that's the key, and he's had several opportunities.
Called a strike at the knees.
I think he's 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
Well, in 2006, Jeter had a great World Baseball Classic, and he carried it into the season. He had one of his best offensive years, and not quite at the same pace this year.
Jeter does have a couple of home runs in regular season play against Daisuke. Got jammed in that one. Nakajima throws him out.
Now, one thing that the Yankees are going to need is for Jeter to get off to a great start, because without Alex Rodriguez in that lineup, I think they're going to discover that it's not nearly as much fun playing as it is with him in that lineup.
And I think they're probably going to be anxious for him to get back into camp as well. I mean, you've got a lot of new faces there with Teixeira, CC Sabathia, A.J. Burnett. With all of the Alex Rodriguez distractions that were there, not having the captain in camp, I'm sure, is an issue for them.
Jeter 0 for 2 in this game. 2 down, nobody on. Jimmy Rollins, who singled his first time. A switch hitter. And that's a called strike. Jimmy Rollins, who is from the Oakland area.
Yeah.
Up in Northern California. And a ball off the inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jimmy Rollins. J-Roll.
Yeah, and his favorite player is going into the Hall of Fame this year, Ricky Henderson.
2-1 the count to Jimmy Rollins. Rollins has a little bit of Ricky Henderson in terms of a guy who hits at the top of the order. Yeah, he steals bases, gets on base, makes things happen.
Can go deep.
And did go deep often, more than 30 times he went deep. Year before last when he won the National League MVP award. Last year was a very difficult year as he fights that one off from Daisuke. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rollins had 11 homers and hit .277, and for just about anybody else, considering he also had 47 steals as a shortstop, an excellent year, but he had set the bar rather high in his previous seasons, and it was considered a disappointment, except then they won the World Series. 2-2.
I always remember something, John, that Tony Oliva said. He won the batting championship right away, a couple of them right away. And the next year he hit .290 like some of the other guys. They said he had a bad year. And his comment was, once you're on top, there's only one way you can go. I mean, you can't keep going up. I mean, he won 2 batting titles, and they said he had an off year. And Jimmy Rollins the same way. He had an excellent year last year.
Rips that one over the head of Iwamura, right center field. Rollins with the big turn at first as Ichiro, who has a great arm, hurries the ball back.
John, anytime you help your team win a championship, you've had a good year.
And he would trade that MVP in a heartbeat for that championship. And you see a little slider over the heart of the plate. They wanted to try to get that inside in on the hands, but Rollins stays on it, drives it.
You know what's great about that, Steve, is he just used his hands. He didn't use his body. He didn't get caught off balance. He just used his hands to rifle that ball in the right field.
I'm thinking this is a steal situation with 2 down, and there goes Rollins immediately with right at the plate. The throw down high and wide, and now he is in scoring position. And there's J-Roll on display.
Well, you were supposed to ask me.
Jay, what do you, Joe? What do you think?
He's going.
Okay.
He's going.
Jay Morgan, you think he's going here? Yeah.
He's going. He got a pretty good jump, but he's picked up speed as he was going. He got a lot. For a good base stealer, the key is those first 3 steps. Are you up to full speed after about 3 steps? And you can see there he was up to full speed right away.
And now David Wright to try and knock him in to put Team USA back ahead as the slider spins through there for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, Matsuzaka likes to go to that slider to the right-handed hitters, but David Wright is a very good slider hitter. He has the ability to let the ball get deep in the zone and drive it into right center field.
Pop fly along the right field line with the wind, could be trouble, and it's a foul ball. Fortunately for Team Japan, that would have been a run. Ogasawara, the first baseman, the second baseman Iwamura, and Ichiro, the right fielder, all got in the picture, but it was Ogasawara who got the closest.
Reminiscent of the base hit he dropped in against Puerto Rico, and a very tough play for Ogasawara to try to track that ball down the line and make the over-the-shoulder catch.
Man, it wasn't fouled by much either, was it?
Sure wasn't.
And the wind actually may have pushed that one foul blowing in from left field.
Well, you know, we talk about the wind. The Japanese team during infield practice, their fungo hitters were hitting pop-ups to the infielders. And talked to Aki Uemura, everybody had to catch 3 pop-ups before they left the field in workouts prior to the game.
1-2 to Wright. And that slider fouled back to the screen by Wright, so he hangs in there against Daisuke Matsuzaka.
And that's something you don't see often, even, during the regular season. Infielders taking pop-ups. They may take them off the bat during batting practice, but very rarely do you have guys hit pop-ups to you to check the wind conditions.
You see, David Wright has been an RBI man for the Mets 4 straight years, over 100 RBIs. Rollins back to the bag at second with Uemura taking the pickoff throw.
That was a timed pickoff play right there because Matsuzaka was looking at the catcher. And Uemura broke in, and the catcher, there's typically a signal where the catcher will flip his glove or do something, and the pitcher will quickly turn to try to pick the runner off. But Matsuzaka was not looking, and he knew that Uemura broke to the bag.
1-2 as Rollins gets his lead. Down and away.
You take a look, and here's where they stand. Let's see if he actually moves his glove or does something to be able to signal what happens here. He flipped the glove. Matsuzaka, that's the signal for him to go back and get the pickoff for the runner at second base.
Rollins leading from second. Uemura close to the bag. That was close. Oh, boy.
Yeah,
so, Joe, what do you think on that one?
That was close.
Sometimes don't answer him,
I don't know how you can take that with 2 strikes unless you're looking for something else. It's not that far off the plate.
Way outside, at least by 2 inches.
No, that wasn't not with 2 strikes.
3-2 the count. Rollins ready to run at the crack of the bat from second. Right center field. Hit well. Fukudome off the base of the wall. Rollins will score easily the go-ahead run. A double for David Wright. He comes through in the clutch. And Team USA is back ahead.
I talked about how good a slider hitter David Wright is, because with 2 strikes, he takes that opposite field approach. He stays close, stays on the ball, be able to drive the ball out to the gap out there. He gets out in front a little bit, but able to keep the hands back enough to drive the ball out into the gap. And boy, that's some strength right there, because that's not his perfect swing. The ball carries out to the gap there, and Fukudome overruns the ball a little bit, but still Wright stops at second base.
Adam Dunn, and it's too long. Off-speed delivery.
I think the wind helped that a little bit too, John. It's blowing out to right center. But did you see where that pitch was? It was close at the same spot the one he took before. So, you know.
Okay, he took it one time and thought, maybe I better not take it again.
Exactly.
And that changeup down and away. 2 balls and no strikes. Adam Dunn called out on strikes his first time. And the pitch count is mounting for Matsuzaka. It's the 3rd inning. He's now thrown 57 pitches. And only 33 of the 57 have been strikes. And it is now 3-0.
That's the Daisuke we've come to know and love. I mean, that's not the guy who can go, 85 pitches and go 6 or 7 innings into a game as he's done in the Classic. This is a guy he has to labor his way through a tough lineup.
And it looked almost like an intentional ball forward.
Exactly.
Gave him a target several inches off the outside corner.
He was set up the middle of the right-handed batter's box.
I still believe that no matter who you are, you start to admire Major League players from afar. He pitched in Japan. He was watching all these great hitters all these times. He comes over here and he starts pitching in the major leagues. And I believe part of that is the reason he pitches so well in the World Baseball Classic, because he's pitching against other hitters. But once you face the major league hitters, as he does during the regular season, he gets a little intimidated. I really believe that, because he's always trying to dribble and make great pitches.
Well, I saw his last game against Cuba, and he was so aggressive in the strike zone. Well, they're not major league hitters, and I think you're right. I think that mentally he's made an adjustment in this game.
I think that's what it is, the mental part of it, the mental approach, because, it's the first time I had to face a major league pitcher after watching all these guys all my life. Hey, it's a little different.
2 men on, 2 men out, 1 run in. And here is the slugger, Ryan Braun of the Brewers. Ooh, that one got away from him, high and tight. The catcher given a target on the outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Braun hitting .389 in the World Baseball Classic. Grounded out to first his first time in this game. The first two hitters of the inning, Brian Roberts and Derek Jeter, were disposed of quickly. But then Rollins got a single, stole second. Wright doubled him home. Now Dunn is walked. And it's a 2-0 count.
You know, they were careful with Dunn. But I think Adam Dunn's easier to pitch to than Ryan Braun in this situation. I know you had first base open and you had a big power bat, but Ryan Braun is more aggressive than Adam Dunn is, and he's going to look for something he can drive. I would have been more aggressive going at Dunn and avoided pitching to Braun with runners in scoring position.
2 men on, 2 men out. The slider at the knees on a 2-0 count, threw him a slider and got it in there. Got the call on the low strike.
But one of the things I was talking about with Braun being one of the good young hitters, the way I judge young hitters, are they able to adjust? Are they able to make adjustments, you know, in certain situations? Because in a situation like this, you're not going to get all fastballs down the middle. But he's been able to make the adjustment and drive in runs on a consistent basis.
2-1 count and 2 low. 3-1. It's a semifinal matchup, an elimination game. The winner will play tomorrow night in the World Baseball Classic final against South Korea. Team USA has just gone back ahead on an RBI double by David Wright with 2 down here in the third. Now 2 men on and 2 men out, and Daisuke Matsuzaka with a 3-1 count to Ryan Braun of the Brewers. Slugging Braun, 37 homers a year ago, and Daisuke, well, he challenged him, and the high hard one blew it right by him.
Well, he threw him a 2-0 slider, so in the back of Braun's mind, he's probably thinking, well, he might do it again. Guess what? He will do it now. I mean, because Matsuzaka will try to make a great pitch with a 3-2 count.
And he made a great one to Braun on a 3-2 pitch back in the second. Yeah. Right at second. Dunn at first, ready to go with 2 down. They run. Struck him out. Stayed hard and blew 2 fastballs by him.
Good pitching there by Matsuzaka.
2 men stranded, but Team USA back ahead 2-1. And Oswald will head back to the hill.
Some of the bigger stars, like Dwayne Wade, they've actually negotiated final cut of their highlights.
I think that works, Dwayne.
You know what? First we should go with a medium to draw the audience in. Then we should go real wide to give it a sense of context.
Dwayne, we're going to need that highlight.
When it's ready, then we'll go.
Well, but you've missed 2 shows already.
When it's ready. You think we can add a couple more defenders with CGI? That would make me look more like a hero, you know, superhero.
The morning is jealous of your relationship with running. The bed whispers, "Don't leave." What do you see in running anyway? But somewhere in the back of your mind is the thought of the perfect mile, politely telling the bed to shut up. Only New Balance offers you 88 points of total fit, so you can hate the morning less and love running more.
We like to establish our dominance with a fastball.
Make sure you're getting up over your front leg.
We throw inside when we have to. And we don't listen to that.
The Major League's down to the minor details. Major League Baseball 2K9. Rated E for everyone.
I'd like the crab cakes and throw in chowder, salmon, and shrimp, all for around $10.
No.
No other place can match Golden Corral's Great American Seafood Tour. Hawaiian coconut shrimp, Eastern Bay scallops, and more. All for around $10. Only at Golden Corral.
World Baseball Classic Moments presented by Puerto Rico. Visit gotopuertorico.com. He was lifted on the shoulders of a team and a country. Sharon Martis had just thrown a no-hitter, beating Panama 10-0.
A no-hitter for Sharon Martis!
Both teams knew it early in the game. His stuff was unhittable. And with the last out, the Netherlands stormed onto the world baseball scene with a game and a pitcher for the ages. Book your vacation now. Visit gotopuertorico.com.
Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles, Team USA leading Team Japan 2-1 in this elimination game. The winner will play South Korea tomorrow night in the final of the World Baseball Classic. The bunt by Kawasaki. The barehanded pickup, the throw, and Wright got him. What a play!
Great play by David Wright. He was kind of suspecting that because to be in that close and to make the throw from there, you had to be cheating a little bit. Let's see where he starts. And this is an excellent bunt down the third baseline. But an excellent play by David Wright. I mean, throwing off balance, barehanded, a la Brooks Robinson there. Maybe a little stronger arm than Brooks, but he gets the job done.
A nice stretch at first base by DeRosa as well. A guy who hasn't played there very well, had the right angle, waited for the release of the throw. Just play all around.
Man, that
if
was...
you play second base, you can play any place. If you're tall enough.
David Wright, two-time Gold Glove winner at third base in the National League the last 2 years, and looks like he may go for that award again. A Gold Glove play. Ichiro, he's won some Gold Gloves since coming to Major League Baseball. Ichiro grounded out to second his first time. 2 balls and 1 strike is the count.
John, when Ichiro came to the Major Leagues, I thought he was almost a perfect player.
Right to right. He's going to have to hurry on this one. And he throws it away. Ichiro keeps on going. Roberts too late to second. Ichiro turns a ground ball to second into 2 bases.
Well, what happens is
third.
When you have to play in tight on a guy like that, you don't have time to gauge the hop. He got an in-between hop. If he can play deeper, he could gauge this hop. But watch where he catches the ball, bounces up. He's in tight, so he doesn't have time to back up and play the big hop. And he didn't have. It was hit sharply. He couldn't charge it. And maybe DeRosa had the wrong foot on the bag there, as you can see. Well, he needed his left foot on the bag to be able to stretch out as far as he could to the outfield side. So that did show right there that he hasn't been accustomed to playing that position.
Clearly the second baseman didn't come out on that play. That must have been the third baseman that came out.
Nakajima into deep left center field. Playable. Granderson, the center fielder, calling off the left fielder, Braun, and holding at second is Ichiro, 2 down.
Well, Joe, you talked about Ichiro in the player he is. Now, you played with Pete Rose. Ichiro's got over 3,000 professional hits right now. It's not far-fetched to think he could get over 4,000 hits. I mean, maybe, who knows? I mean, another 5 years at 200 hits a year that he's been averaging, he's over 4,000 hits.
Yeah.
Compare him to Pete Rose as a hitter.
Well, Pete was more of a solid line drive hitter. Ichiro gets a lot of infield hits. Think about that. Pete didn't get a lot of infield hits. He had a lot of line drives through the infield. Ichiro, you have to play him shallow so he can slap the ball by you, so his speed helps him a lot.
Aoki pops this one up. Jeter. And so, Ichiro stranded at second base. Still 2-1 Team USA. A 7-pitch inning for Oswald.
Sometimes the best way to get closer is to get as far away from it all as possible. Don't let erectile dysfunction get in the way. Viagra, America's most prescribed ED treatment, can help you enjoy a more satisfying sexual experience. Ready to talk to your doctor? Find out how at Viagra.com. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease in vision or hearing. 20 million men have had the Viagra conversation. Ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
Dear PlayStation, MLB 09 The Show thinks I can't hit the high and inside fastball. You're going to fix that, right?
Well, Dustin, PlayStation gamers demand the most realistic baseball game ever, so we're just going to keep it as is. It's called integrity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just polishing my MVP trophy. How many MVPs do you know that can't hit that pitch?
Apart from you?
MLB 09 The Show, the most realistic baseball game ever. Rated E for everyone.
This'll work.
Hey, look, it's the 4 guys.
Have a good time, 4 guys.
4 Captain and Colas. No. 4 guys' money's no good here.
Wow, the 4 guys. You must be doing really well.
Why, have you seen our posters?
Yeah.
Sweet. Got a little captain in you. Drink responsibly.
The road to the championship brought to you by A&W. And for the United States, they beat Canada up in Toronto in a dramatic ball game. And then also beat Venezuela and in turn lost to Venezuela, but they advanced to the next round. Got clobbered by Puerto Rico, beat the Netherlands, beat Puerto Rico in that sensational comeback in the ninth inning to get here, losing to Venezuela in the seeding game. That's why they're playing Team Japan, a winner in their pool, here tonight in the semifinal. And Daisuke Matsuzaka throws a called strike to Brian McKenna. Something interesting has happened here. Daisuke just labored through an epic inning, a 30-pitch third inning. He's thrown 67 pitches. This was number 67 for the night. Meanwhile, after a 30-pitch inning, Roy Oswalt goes out there, 7 pitches, even with the error by Wright, a 7-pitch inning, and there's Daisuke right back on the mound.
Good all around right there. I mean, it's one thing because you want to get your hitters back in the dugout. You start to see the ball, drive the ball a little bit, plus fatigue sets in. Matsuzaka on the mound so much.
1-2 the count. McCann will be out. Unassisted put out for Ogasawara.
We were talking about DeRosa and the fact he played a lot of different positions. On the play that David Wright throws down the right field line, watch his footwork. He comes to the inside, and that's okay, but you have to shift to the other side. If he puts his left foot on the bag, you can extend out farther toward the right field line. See, he's cut short there because he's got his right foot on the bag. I believe if he put his left foot on the bag, he at least got a glove. He would have at least got leather on it.
Here's ball one to DeRosa.
But that's
he hadn't played there.
Yeah, that's the tough part about the experience factor.
Not even worked out in spring training over there. He started taking some ground balls here in the last few days.
Unfortunately, a second baseman should be. I normally think they could do that, but.
Did you play? You played a lot of first base, did you?
No.
In your days?
I was too short.
2-1 to DeRosa.
I did try to get Frank Robinson to let me play first base once. This is true. I was playing, and I told Frank, I said, I'll play first. He said, no, I want you over third. I said, well, who's going to take the relay for me? So I played third instead of first base, so I don't know. And I needed a relay man.
Popped up. And this one is just back into the USA dugout, almost right onto the back of Derek Jeter.
The other option the USA has for first base on the roster right now that's healthy is Adam Dunn. Adam Dunn played in the last game of the second round and committed 2 errors in that game, and he's really not a first baseman, especially if you're playing against Japan or Korea, because they will exploit that. They'll take advantage of it. Guaranteed, if Adam Dunn were at first base, they'd be bunting and trying to get him to field the ball.
The Japan bullpen is busy. The splitter is bounced foul by DeRosa. A nasty-looking pitch. 2-2 the count. There is Sugiuchi, the left-hander, who has been so tough. He has been just outstanding for Team Japan in this World Baseball Classic. And the breaking ball well off the outside. Ball 3-2, and the pitch count continues to mount. 75 pitches thrown by Daisuke, working with 1 out in the 4th inning.
Well, just because the pitch count's 100 doesn't mean they're going to allow him to throw 100 pitches.
Nakajima. And 2 down.
I talked about Adam Dunn and his play at first base. He's not played there a lot in his recent years in the Major League either. Yet they put him out there and conditions were tough, and he comes in, and that's a tough play for a big guy. It's a big body, and an awful lot of body parts get moving in one direction. And then this sort of play here, you got to get around it, get the feed. He had the right idea trying to circle the ball, but man, it really was unfair to ask him to do it. He has not played first base in the Major Leagues over the last couple years, haven't played the outfield, and in reality, he's probably more of a DH. Well, with the Washington Nationals, they don't have that position unless it's interleague play, but you know what he is? He's a hitter.
He is a hitter.
He's a hitter.
Strike 1 to Curtis Granderson. And the splitter is tapped foul off to the right of the plate. Strike 2. Granderson flied out to left. His first time. 2-1. Team USA leading here in the 4th inning. We saw Sugiuchi warming up in the bullpen. Sugiuchi, who has not allowed a hit in 3 games so far in the Classic. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Granderson. Brian Roberts, the leadoff man, is on deck. The second baseman Iwamura was playing right there, and that is a 3-up and 3-down inning for Matsuzaka. The cleanup hitter Inaba, then Ogasawara and Fukudome coming up against Oswalt.
At MidAmerican, we work hard to help our customers use energy efficiently. That's why we created Energy Advantage programs. Through these programs, Iowans saved enough electricity in 2007 to power 90,000 homes for 1 year. With results like these, you can see why MidAmerican Energy is a national leader in energy efficiency. See how you can save some green at midamericanenergy.com.
MidAmerican Energy.
Update your floors with help from Menards. Take the chill out of your tile floors with the Warm Tile system from Easy Heat. It's simple to install and operates for just pennies a day. Cover 19 to 26 square feet for just $89. Larger kits are also on sale. Add style underfoot with Shaw New Horizons laminate flooring. It provides the look and feel of wood with the exceptional performance of premium laminate. In 6 eye-pleasing colors, it's easy to install and only $1.96 a square foot.
Save big money at Menards.
P.V. Anderson baby shower. Congratulations, Sarah.
Thanks, Dad. Feels really good.
What was the toughest part today?
I guess it was, pretending I actually wanted to be here. But I was able to stay focused and watch highlights from a bunch of college hoops games. So
great. What's next?
I'd really like my sister Nancy to talk to me again, but I'd settle for a ride home. Nancy!
All right, back to you in the studio.
Be an ESPN MVP. Get live GameCast, video alerts, ESPN bracketology, and more with VCast. Only from America's most entertaining network, Verizon Wireless.
Of life can last a lifetime. Valspar, the beauty goes on.
From Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, Team United States 2, Team Japan 1, last of the 4th inning. And the middle of the order coming up for Team Japan, the cleanup hitter Inaba, leading off against Roy Oswalt. And the high fastball misses, 1 ball and no strikes. Inaba led off the 2nd inning with a walk and eventually came around to score Japan's run. And it is 2-0. This game is not a sellout tonight, and I don't know even if we'll have a paid attendance as high as last night's. We had more than 43,000 announced last night. That's past Roberts, base hit to right field. He hit that ball hard. Team Japan trying to repeat as the champions of the World Baseball Classic 2006. Down in San Diego, they played Cuba in the final, and that was the final out. Japan had scored 4 runs in the top of the 9th inning and won that game 10-6. Daisuke Matsuzaka was the winning pitcher. And Sadaharu, the legendary home run slugger of the Yomiuri Giants, who hit 868 home runs in his 22-year career, was the manager of the Japanese team in 2006. And as you just saw, he is here tonight. Osan, his Yomiuri Giants with another slugger, Shigeo Nagashima. They were known as the O.N. Cannon, hitting together in the order. And they won 9 consecutive Japan series. Base hit to center field for Ogasawara.
And what's happening is Oswalt's starting to get the ball a little bit more out over the plate. And if you get the ball down and out over the plate to these left-handed hitters, they will hit the ball well. See, that's a low fastball, and it's out over the plate, middle of the plate almost, where he was trying to stay inside a lot of times. He's been getting the ball, the last couple of hitters, over the middle of the plate. And that's where they handle the ball best, down and over the middle of the plate.
Team Japan had only 1 hit in the first 3 innings altogether. Now they get consecutive singles. 2 men on. Here is Fukudome, who flight out to shallow left his first time. He was up there with a chance to knock in a run. Runners at first and third, nobody out, and he popped it up into shallow left. He's got another RBI opportunity here.
Just look at the first pitch at that time, too. And, you know, Gomez was an MVP in the Japanese league. I'm surprised not bunting.
Well, and just as you say that, the bunt goes foul off McCann.
Well, that was more of a bunt for a hit, right?
That wasn't a sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do it, if you're going to do it, commit to it, get it down and bunt it to third base in this situation. Let the third baseman give up his position so you can advance the runner. That almost looked like he was going to drag it with him to the right side. And maybe going at DeRosa at first base. Yeah, he did. His angle was okay to go to the third base line, but he had his body running away from the bat, trying to run to get down the line, but not committing to get the bunt on the ground.
Roberts off his glove. Inaba coming around third. He's going to score, and going to third is Ogasawara. This time Fukudome comes through. Team Japan has tied the game.
Well, you're right, Johnny. He hit this ball sharply, and it was a tough hop for Roberts. He got there, but he couldn't handle the hop. His ball's hit sharply in the hole. See, Ryan Roberts gets there, and it appeared to me that he was trying to make a play to second base, and Sadahara, of course, says, come on home.
Oh, we're doing a little coaching over there.
You know, it was great, John. Before the game, I got a chance to meet him. I'd met him before, but I had a chance to see him again because he looks differently now. And remember, he'd been ill for a while, so he looks a little different. But it's always a pleasure to talk to him. He's such a great gentleman.
By the way, the official score is not going to give Fukudome a hit and an RBI in that place, calling that an error on Brian Roberts.
Tough error, but he did get there, but he was trying to get his body in position so he could throw to second base. But that's still a tough error.
Runners at first and third. Nobody out. A run already in. Jojima of the Mariners is the hitter, and a chance to put Team Japan ahead for the first time in this game. Remember, Team USA jumped ahead immediately. The first batter of the game, Brian Roberts, hit a home run against Daisuke. Infield double play depth. They'd exchange a run to get the double play here. And now it is 3-0 to Jojima with Iwamura, the left-handed hitter, on deck.
Joe, when you watch the game and you see Roberts make that play, do you, in your mind, are you thinking, I make that play? I mean, no. Are you thinking about how you position yourself? How do you watch it?
I watch it, but I don't think in terms of me, because I may not have been in the same position out there. I've always defied, guys to say, well, Willie Mays would have made that catch if he was out there, or somebody else would have made the catch. Maybe they wouldn't have been standing in the same position and may not have been able to get there. Now, he did get to the ball, as I mentioned it, but it was still a tough play.
3-2. But should he have kept it on the infield somehow?
Well, I agree. I mean, I think he should have caught it, but see, he should have caught it. But you see, he's clearly trying to angle his body so he could revert, turn around and throw to second base to get the force out. He didn't try to get his body in front of it. That's what you do. You try to get your body in front of it if you're trying to keep the ball from going through.
There goes the runner from first, and that ball is punched foul down the right field line by Jojima. Fukudome will have to turn around and go back to first.
Clearly, Roberts would have gone after the ball differently had there been a runner at second base and 2 outs, where your objective is to keep the ball from going through. He was trying to catch it and make a turn to go to second base and maybe start a double play, at least get the lead runner.
3-2 the count to Jojima. Runners at first and third, nobody out. Fukudome not running this time. Adam Dunn, who does not have a real strong arm. And DeRosa cuts it off. Scoring is Ogasawara. And for the first time, Team Japan is leading in this game. 3-2 the score. Jojima gets the sacrifice fly. And that's twice that he's done that now with a runner at third. And less than 2 down, he's gotten that man home.
I think you really have to credit Jojima. That's a good at bat. I mean, you've got a guy out there with electric stuff like Oswald. Oswald's either going for a ground ball double play or a strikeout in this situation. And he gives him the little slide piece on the outside corner. He does a nice job. Didn't try to do too much. He knew all he needed to do is get contact with it. And Adam Dunn doesn't have the arm strength or the agility to get around that ball and make a play.
That ball hammered by Iwamura. And Adam Dunn's going to have to chase this one. Fukudome to third. They're being Waved home. The relay is going to be much too late from Roberts, and it's a triple for Iwamura. 3 runs are in. Team Japan leading 4-2.
Again, that ball appeared that it wasn't hit as well, but it traveled to right field. I think the wind helped that one as well. It looks like it's an off-speed pitch. It is. Curveball, and he got off the end a little bit. And Dunn chases it down, and by the time he gets it back in, Team Japan has taken a lead. I mean, Fukudome comes all the way around to score. Iwamura goes into third.
Now, one of the vulnerabilities of the USA team with Adam Dunn, you see some action out in the USA bullpen now. With Adam Dunn in right field, he really, if he's going to play the outfield, you play him in left. Because in right field, if he makes a mistake or can't get the ball, it's a triple. In left field, if he doesn't get there, it's a double. But Ryan Braun, converted third baseman, going to the outfield, is really an everyday left fielder. And what they didn't want to do is move Braun into right field and play Dunn in left and really have 2 guys, for the most part, out of position.
Marcel Latchman, the pitching coach for Team USA, having visited with Oswald at the mound. Back in the dugout, and now Oswald trying to keep them from scoring more. The infield is in. Runner at third, 1 out, and Kawasaki fouls one back to the screen. Kawasaki, as a child growing up in Japan, idolized Ichiro. And when he was in junior high school, he had been a right-handed hitter and decided that he wanted to hit left-handed like Ichiro. And now here he is in the Japanese professional leagues and in the World Baseball Classic as a left-handed hitter. Hit .321 in the Japanese league last year.
Keep an eye on a potential suicide squeeze in this situation. Kawasaki tried to bunt for hit last time. Infield in.
Along the left field line, foul, and back into the crowd. In fact, that bunt that he laid down in the third one was a beauty, and David Wright made a spectacular play with the barehanded pickup to throw him out.
Look, Adam Dunn's a little deep in right field. I mean, Kawasaki does not have power. 1 home run last year.
That's a base hit to right center. 5-2. Japan. Iwamura scores a big inning. 4 runs a home.
Now, that was a surprising pitch for me from Oswalt because he has such a good fastball. He threw him a lot of fastball. He was late on it. Then he threw him the overhand curveball. And you see he just waits on it and kind of flips it into the outfield. It is much easier for Team Japan to flip the ball that way because of their hitting style than it is to handle that fastball in. But that was a slow curveball, and he just flipped it to the outfield.
And here is Ichiro, Kawasaki's idol. And the Team USA's got John Graybo, left-hander of the Pittsburgh Pirates, warming up in the pen now. Ichiro has grounded out to second and been safe on a throwing error by David Wright. 1 ball, 1 strike.
With the running situation for Japan here, Kawasaki can run. 42 stolen bases in 07. Big lead off the bag beyond the cut of the grass.
One ball, 2 strikes now. Hara, former slugger for the Yomiuri Giants, now the manager of Team Japan. There goes Kawasaki, and the foul by Ichiro will go out of play.
I'm surprised that Oswalt doesn't throw over. I mean, that's a huge lead. He's got both feet beyond the cut in the grass on the lead and almost got a moving action or sliding action into his lead there. Pretty good jump.
I think he would have picked him off if he'd thrown to first. That was a gigantic lead. Why not if he's never going to throw over there?
That's a big lead.
Yeah, definitely. But what Oswalt is thinking, I have 2 strikes on Ichiro. He has to swing.
David Wright, off balance throw just in time. So Kawasaki into second base. And that speed for Team Japan. Kawasaki's fast. Ichiro's fast. forcing the action there. Kawasaki now in scoring position with 2 down.
And a nice play by David Wright, because with Ichiro running, you do not have a lot of time to set yourself and make the throw to first base. Interesting, DeRosa on the proper side of the bag there.
That one right. Yeah. Wright didn't throw that one as hard.
Nakajima, the second place hitter in the order, has struck out and flied out deep to left center. 4 runs are in. Team Japan has turned this game around, leading 5-2 in the 4th inning. This will be the 27th pitch of the inning, thrown by Oswalt. The fastball is high and tight, missing badly. 2-0.
I don't think there's any doubt that he's laboring a little bit, John, because when he starts to try to get a little extra on the fastball, it's up. And that tells me that, you know, he's starting to tire a little bit. But I thought that when I saw the first at bat in this inning, Inaba, I said, well, he's struggling a little bit, but I thought maybe get a ground ball he could have gotten out of it, and maybe could have had a couple of plays been made behind him.
3-0. Fukudome hit that ground ball with 2 men on that Roberts got 2, but could not handle. They scored it as an error. The ball kicked off the heel of his glove and into right field.
This may be his last hitter.
Base hit to right center, into the gap. Granderson cuts it off. Kawasaki scores. Nakajima a double. And they are putting the hurt to Oswalt in a big way. It's a 5-run inning in this elimination game. 6-2 Japan, and that will be all for Roy Oswalt. Davey Johnson has signaled to the bullpen for Graybo, the left-hander. Roy Oswalt had allowed 1 hit through 3 innings and cannot finish the 4th inning. 5 runs in on 5 hits plus an error. And the hits all over the lot from Team Japan, much to the delight of the great Osan.
What'd you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song, and I'll try not to sing out of key. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends. Yeah, I'm gonna try with a little help from my friends. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends, with a little help from my friends.
Real value from your friends at Hampton.
How much sugar is in these energy drinks? Let's find out. While waiting, you should know. 5-Hour Energy contains 0 sugar and only 4 calories. Its blend of B vitamins and amino acids can help you feel awake, alert, and productive for hours without the crash or jitters. The answer is 12. Over 12 teaspoons of sugar and 200 calories in these energy drinks. 0 sugar and 4 calories in 5-Hour Energy. There's a reason people choose 5-Hour Energy 2.5 million times a week. 5-Hour Energy. Hours of energy now, no crash later.
I'm Mo, and this is my Citgo. Corpus Christi is growing a lot, yet we all come together to make this town a better place. I give back by helping kids make better choices. And to keep growing, our community depends on Citgo for reliable supply of fuel. And everything else, it needs to keep moving.
Every Citgo is locally owned, and there at every turn.
My Citgo plays a vital role in this neighborhood. We're local and loyal, like it should be.
Starter Roy Oswalt knocked out here in the 4th inning. Time for our Coors Light cold hard facts. Team USA starting pitching in the tournament has not been very good overall. A 1-2 record, 7.4 ERA. Tonight Oswalt 3 2/3 innings, 6 runs, 6 hits allowed, 4 earned runs. 5 of those runs coming here in the 4th inning, and a runner still aboard is Aoki. A left-handed hitter bats against the left-handed Graybo.
Take a look at this at bat with Nakajima. A 3-0 count. And Oswalt, they set up away with a fastball. The ball leaks back out over the plate, but very aggressive. You got a pitcher on the ropes. 3-0 count. You can sit on a fastball and try to drive it.
1 ball, 1 strike. John Graybo, 30 years old, with the Pirates. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, it just appeared to me that Oswalt started a tire because, and the fact you got all these left-handed hitters in this lineup as you take a look at Graybill, because the balls that, even the one that Brian Roberts couldn't catch up with, they were hit sharply through the right side.
Roberts throws out Aoki, and at long last, the inning is over. Team Japan bats around. A 5-run fourth inning. Top of the order coming up. Roberts, Jeter, and Rollins for the USA.
Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
When you drive a Chrysler, Jeep, or Dodge vehicle, you're not just getting behind the wheel. You're getting behind an American car company. So it's our responsibility to deliver the best vehicles on and off the road. Our quality and reliability are the best in company history. We've improved fuel economy on 73% of our vehicles over last year and offer a best-in-the-business lifetime powertrain warranty. And now everyone gets our employee price, plus generous cash allowances on most models, plus 0% financing for well-qualified buyers. We don't want to be just any car company. We want to be your car company.
Car will win. Craftsman makes sure all of them could. Craftsman, America's most trusted tool brand. And the official tools of NASCAR.
In your world, you're always on duty. In your world, the unpredictable is predictable. In your world, millions rely on you. In your world, you live to a higher standard. Panasonic Toughbook computers. Get equipped at foratoughworld.com. Toughbook 30 powered by Intel Centrino 2 with vPro technology.
Panasonic. Ideas for life.
Now look at the road to the championship brought to you by A&W. Team Japan in Tokyo beat China, then clobbered South Korea, and finally, having secured a berth in the next round, was beaten by Korea in the seeding game 1-0. Round 2 in San Diego, Daisuke pitched 6 shutout innings beating Cuba. South Korea then turned around and beat Team Japan, and so in an elimination game they beat Cuba 5-0, and now are here having beaten South Korea in the seeding game. Having won that pool and leading Team USA 6-2 in the 5th inning, Daisuke Matsuzaka, who has labored through 4 innings, has now thrown 81 pitches, but suddenly he's got a big lead just over his head off the bat of Roberts, and a collision out there between Nakajima, who picked the ball up, and Iwamura, the second baseman, but Nakajima gets it done. Roberts retired.
Well, the second baseman should always give way to the shortstop because he's moving toward the bag, whereas the second baseman is moving away from the bag. And watch the shortstop Nakajima come over right there. It's his ball because he's moving right toward the bag, and Iwamura has to give way. He tries to, actually. He's trying to get out of the way.
Now, does Nakajima, the shortstop, have to make a call to say, I've got it?
No, as an infielder, I mean, he should, but as an infielder, you should know where the other guy is.
Feel him coming.
You feel him coming, yeah.
Derek Jeter, 0 for 2 in the game. Twice is grounded out to Nakajima. Nothing seems to faze Nakajima. Nothing that Team USA hits at him, left, right, whether he has to dive for it or whatever. He's solid, and even when his own teammate gets in his way, he handles it flawlessly.
Well, we saw that yesterday as well, John. Anytime you're going to have a good defensive team, you have to have a good defensive shortstop. You have to have a shortstop that can make all the plays. That's why everybody says if you're strong up the middle, you can be a good team because you're going to play great defense.
Jeter with a smash right past Daisuke, base hit to center field. First hit for Jeter, hit number 5 for Team USA. The World Baseball Classic makes its dramatic conclusion tomorrow night. And the winner of this game will take on South Korea in the World Baseball Classic final. And we'll have it for you right here on ESPN Monday, 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific. from Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. Now Jimmy Rollins. The big hitters are coming up. Rollins has had 2 singles against Daisuke. Switch hitter, batting left-handed. Right over the outside for a strike with David Wright on deck, then Adam Dunn, Ryan Braun. The power hitters follow Rollins.
This is a huge inning for USA because the Japanese bullpen has been nearly unhittable, holding opposition to a 148 batting average.
The backdoor slider, strike 2.
They've got a lot of different looks out there, and different from the past where they've had a lot of off-speed pitchers in their bullpen. They've got some power arms out there as well. So this is a big inning. You got Matsuzaka starting to fatigue a little bit in the top of your lineup coming up.
2 strikes to count. 1-2. Jimmy Rollins singled in the first, singled again, stole a base, and scored a run in the third.
2 earned runs in 27 innings from the Japanese bullpen. Phenomenal work.
Only 13 hits given up in those 27 innings. Off the inside with a fastball. 89 pitches thrown by Matsuzaka. If you're the Red Sox, are you a little concerned that he's thrown so many pitches? It's only the 5th inning in what is still spring training. 2-2 the count. And that's a little bit low. I'm sure, like the rest of the Japanese pitchers, that he's prepared to go a lot more than this.
I don't think there's any doubt that he's in shape. I mean, his arm angles haven't changed too much. I'm just sure he's getting a little fatigued because of the workload. But you don't, even when you practice, you do not throw 100+ pitches in your side sessions.
3-2 the count. Jeter at first. He's not running, and that's a walk to Rollins.
And that was after being ahead of Rollins 0-2.
That was his 91st pitch, Joe. So he's got 9 left before he gets that 100 limit.
And here comes Hara to the mound. He's got Sugiuchi and Wakui, a left-hander and a right-hander, respectively, up in the bullpen.
Take a look at Jimmy Rollins at bat here, and K-zone sequence of pitches that he got from Matsuzaka. First pitch on the corner, sinking fastball, and he goes backdoor slider 0-2 and tries to bury one in his back foot, coming in with a fastball. Sinker again. K-zone liked that last pitch a little bit right there. Ball 4.
Well, Hara is staying with Daisuke, as you can see. David Wright has grounded a short and doubled home a run. 2 men on, 1 man out. And Team USA is going to have to start slicing into this lead here. Down by 4 runs in the 5th inning. And these are the hitters to get it done. David Wright at the plate. There's Adam Dunn on deck. Oh. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Like no matter the outcome, I think this is going to be Matsuzaka's last hitter. Sugiuchi, the quality left-hander, led all of Japanese baseball in strikeouts last year, and Adam Dunn on deck, who can run into a strikeout now and then.
Now that's a good pitch to hit. I mean, that ball is a little off-speed pitch in the middle of the plate. David was probably looking for something away, so he was. The catcher was set up away, but you see where that ball is, middle of the plate.
1-2 the count to Wright. Fastball on the outside, back to the screen.
And no matter what we say about Matsuzaka and how he gets in trouble, whatever, when you watch him under pressure like he is right now with David Wright, I mean, he gets a little extra on his fastball. He makes the slider break a little sharper. I mean, he knows how to pitch when he's in trouble, and that's the reason he was 18-3 last year, because he was in a lot of trouble. But he makes the quality pitches when he needs to.
He needs one right here. Slider out over the plate.
Not a good pitch. Well,
Wright wailed at it.
But it was interesting because the catcher set up inside. I think they feel like David Wright is peeking or something because he sets up inside. Look where the catcher is. He's setting up inside. You don't throw a slider inside. I mean, normally that would be a fastball if you're burying in after with 2 strikes on the hitter. So they might think David is peeking on him, and that pitch was supposed to be away anyway.
So I think they beat David Wright with a fastball away. Remember Ryan Braun in that last at bat, the previous inning, same thing. He threw him slider, slider, slider. Then they went fastball away to get him. Right set up for slider to drive it the other way. Fastball beats it.
Went fastball away, and Wright hangs tough, fouling it into the crowd.
I was going to say to you that I agree in most cases, but Wright has done that twice. He went away earlier in the count with 2 strikes. With 2 strikes, he went away, and this one is even farther away, and he fouls it off. I think Wright is protecting the plate very well right now. You can see he's not taking a big stride. He's just setting his bat, and that's the only reason he wasn't beaten yet. See, I think if you're just the opposite now, if you want the fastball in. But I don't know if that's what he wants to do.
He goes away, strike 3 called.
Right out there on the corner. David thinks it was outside. He fought off a couple that were out there. Well, let's take a look. Fastball off the plate. Swings through a fastball. There's the slider that I thought he should have hit. And there's the fastball away that he fought off earlier. Another slider, another fastball away, fights it off, and let's see if this pitch, well, that ball was way farther off than, and that's why David took it.
Well, that is all for Daisuke Matsuzaka, who has thrown 98 pitches, 2 men on, 2 men out. Adam Dunn coming up, the bullpen coming in.
It's time to get more out of your tires. It's time to get Cooper. Because now during Cooper's National Take the Money and Ride Spring event, you'll not only get unbeatable performance, you'll get up to a $50 rebate by mail when you buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires. Cooper's Take the Money and Ride Spring event. Get your rebate form and all the details at a participating Cooper dealer or at coopertire.com. But do it today. The road and your rebate check are waiting.
Kenny Mayne on 8 with Pete Cole. We're looking for players to test the new Top Flight Gamer.
I like a 3-piece.
The Gamer is a 3-piece.
I'll try it.
Hold on, Cowboy. You serious about the game?
Yeah.
Winner rules?
Cheating.
Gimmies?
Make the putt.
Mulligans. We found our guy. The new 3-piece Top Flight Gamer. Tour like spin and control. Legendary distance. Get your game on.
Here, Daddy.
Sweet pea, apple of my eye. Don't know where.
Look, Daddy sent us a picture.
More bars in more places. That's what you can expect from AT&T. Switch to the network with the best coverage worldwide. AT&T. Buy an LG View for $49.99 after mail-in rebate and get one free after mail-in rebate.
Sports Center right now, I'm Trey Wingo. Kyle Busch earns his 2nd Sprint Cup win of the year, winning the Food City 500 in Bristol, Tennessee. He led for 378 of the 500 laps in the race. Meanwhile, unbeaten UConn still is. First-round tournament game, no problem, as Tina Charles scores 32 on 13 of 14 shooting as UConn rolls past Vermont 104-65. All this and much more next Sports Center after the World Baseball Classic.
As Daisuke Matsuzaka left the mound with a 6-2 lead, leaving 2 men on base. He acknowledged the applause from the crowd. The pitching summary now brought to you by PlayStation's video game MLB 09 The Show. Roy Oswalt, excellent for 3, and then could not make it through the 4th. Daisuke, who struggled in the first 3, and finally carries it to 2 down here in the 5th inning.
Take a look
with a couple of men on.
Take a look at Daisuke Matsuzaka. Early in the count, he had difficulty. He was missing his spots over the heart of the plate. Brian Roberts hit one out. Then he hangs one over the middle of the plate. Jimmy Rollins hits the ball hard. Then Derek Jeter. But when he needed to later in the count, he made his pitches. You see the action on the 2-seam fastball, the backdoor slider, the fastball away, an assortment of pitches, aggressive, going to the outside part of the plate, making the pitch when he needed to. All those outs with a runner on second base.
And this is the 28-year-old Toshiya Sugiuchi of the Hawks. 25 starts last year, only a starter in Japan. 10 wins, 8 losses at 2.66 ERA. He has not allowed a hit in the World Baseball Classic. And there's ball 1 to Adam Dunn. Dunn's a guy who could get this game very close in one swing of his bat. He is a very powerful slugger, but they brought in Sugiuchi to try and neutralize him here. Lefty versus lefty. And a curveball for a strike.
As I said, he had 213 strikeouts in 196 innings last year, leading the Japanese league, and that curveball is why. That is some kind of breaking ball. He's been very, very good in the World Baseball Classic as well. 36 walks, 213 strikeouts last year.
Jeter at second, Rollins at first. 2 balls and a strike.
Take a look at the break on this pitch here. Lefty on lefty, and outstanding rotation. Gets on top and just comes right at the left-handed hitter. You buckle a little bit, breaks into the zone for a strike.
2 balls, 1 strike to Adam Dunn. Ryan Braun, a right-handed hitter, would be next. Three and 1.
Well, the one thing about Dunn, he will be patient at the plate. He will not attack a pitch if he doesn't think that he can hammer it. Not just put it in play, but hammer it. Especially when he gets ahead in the count.
Three and 1 the count. You got the right-handed hitter, Braun, on deck. Now 3 and 2.
Man, nice pitch. Took a little bit off the fastball.
He made him look bad on a 3 and 1 count.
Well, Dunn was looking dead red, and he threw him an off-speed pitch. You can see it's a change-up, and Dunn, even though it's in the middle of the plate, Dunn was way out in front.
There's a right-hander up in the Japan bullpen. Should Dunn get aboard here with Braun coming up next. Sugiuchi tries to end this inning. Jeter at second, Rollins at first with 2 down, 3 and 2 the count. The runners go. He struck him out. The high fastball, he blew it right by him. 6-2 Team Japan as we go to the last of the 5th.
I thought I could trust you.
And you don't?
Well, we never really know anyone, do we?
You don't have to worry about me.
In 2 days, bring Vaughn home.
If you could avoid killing every possible lead, it would be deeply appreciated.
I'll do my best.
I've heard that before.
Quantum of Solace on Blu-ray and DVD Tuesday.
My kids call me the Shredder, because every bill I get goes right in my
inbox, not my mailbox. I pay for everything online, so I can...
Stop. Just take a deep breath. I know my identity is safer. Besides,
I get these text messages. They're called spending alerts. I feel more in control. My husband feels
funky, bunky, and crunky, but I've stopped using my pets' names as passwords.
Everyone's talking about keeping money safe. At Citi, we've got ways to help keep your finances secure. And when your money's safe, your mind's at ease.
We're on the road to show people.
We've made a great product even better. Watch.
Now every drop of Shell gasolines contain a nitrogen-enriched cleaning system that seeks and destroys engine gunk left by lower quality gasoline.
It then acts as a barrier that protects engines from performance-robbing gunk.
Try new nitrogen-enriched Shell gasolines.
Helping you get the most out of every drop.
Next stop, I want to drive.
This'll work.
Hey, look, it's the 4 guys.
Have a good time, 4 guys.
4 Captain and Colas. No. 4 guys' money's no good here.
Wow, the 4 guys. You must be doing really well.
Why, have you seen our posters?
Yeah.
Sweet. Got a little captain in you. Drink responsibly.
The NCAA Women's Championship continues on ESPN 2. Tomorrow night with second-round regional action. You can see any one of these games. It'll be Rutgers, Auburn, Mississippi State, Ohio State, Purdue, North Carolina, or Arizona State and Florida State. The NCAA Women's Championship second-round regional on ESPN 2 tomorrow at 7 Eastern. It'll be the first half of a doubleheader of the women's tournament as John Graybo throws a called strike to Atsunori Inaba, the cleanup hitter who singled against Oswalt. That started a 5-run 4th inning rally for Team Japan. Back out of play. The count is 0-2. And they've got a whole string of left-handed hitters coming up here with Ogasawara due up next. Fukudome behind him. They have 4 lefties in a row in the middle of their batting order. And that's where Graybo came in. Broken back. David Wright, the long throw from third. Right there. He threw that ball flat-footed and put it right in the bag.
John, the difference between the Japanese pitchers and the American pitchers is that they have so much confidence in their off-speed stuff when they're behind in the count. I mean, we saw how he pitched to Dunn. Even when he got behind the count, he threw a changeup and then another fastball. So I think that is the big difference in those clutch situations, being able to pitch the opposite of what the hitter is thinking.
So having confidence to throw those kind of pitches in fastball counts.
Yeah.
Almost sure you're going to throw it in the strike zone. This is Ogasawara, who fueled that 4th inning rally with a single.
Let's take a look at Suguchi pitching. There's the curveball, but none of these pitches matter because now it's 3-1. Now 3 balls, 1 strike. There's a changeup. Now he throws a fastball right by him. Being able to do that is something that separates Team Japan, I think, from a lot of other teams. They have confidence in their off-speed pitches in those situations, and we've seen that from Matsuzaka, you know, as he's come over and pitched in the major leagues. He does that as well.
Strike 3 called, and Graybo strikes out Ogasawara. 2 down. Team USA bullpen activity. J.P. Howell of the Tampa Bay Rays is warming up now.
Joe, the point you make about Sugiuchi, that is the thing about Matsuzaka. If you take any one pitch from Daisuke Matsuzaka, it's not that special. It's got average stuff, but the fact that he can use the assortment of his pitches at any time in the count and throw it to any type of hitter and throw it for a strike is the thing that makes him special.
We talked in the open about the fact that if Davey Johnson could get Oswalt through these innings, he had some left-handers in the bullpen to handle these 7 left-handed hitters that Team Japan was sitting up there. And now we see the left-handers being brought in to pitch these left-handers, and they're having some success.
0-2 the count to Fukudome. Two strikes the count to Fukudome. Put him away with a slider. And Graybo, that's his job in the majors. Get those lefties out. He's gotten 4 in a row out. On to the 6th inning now. 6-2 Japan.
You know, did you hear McDonald's has cappuccinos now?
McDonald's?
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I could shave this thing off my face.
Yeah, we don't have to call movies films anymore.
We can talk about football.
I like football. I like sitting and watching football.
I don't need these glasses. These are fake.
I do need mine. They're very real.
Also try McCafe Mochas, rich dark chocolate with freshly ground espresso beans and real steamed milk. It's all the coffee, hold the attitude. Now at McDonald's.
I almost bought a beret the other day.
Don't.
Now, Genesis Today, with your host, Ron Elke.
It has long been a challenge of radiation treatment, how to target the cancerous tumor without hurting the healthy tissue around it. Now, the Genesis Cancer Care Institute is the first in the region to offer tomotherapy, a system with highly precise radiation that spares more healthy tissue and reduces side effects. Ask your doctor or radiation oncologist if tomotherapy is right for you, and go to genesishealth.com/today to learn more.
This has been Genesis Today. Genesis, never settle.
We like to establish our dominance with a fastball.
Make sure you're getting up over your front leg.
We throw inside when we have to. And we don't listen to that.
The major leagues down to the minor details. Major League Baseball 2K9. Rated E for everyone.
Who's up for charades? We are.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Games on DirecTV in like 10 minutes. Check it out. I can easily set my home DVR right from here. Hey, can you feel this?
Set your home DVR from any cell phone or computer. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
Hi, here's an Orbitz price assurance check. Wow.
Why didn't you just mail it? Because we have a hovercraft.
Orbitz Price Assurance. If another Orbitz customer books the same flight for less, we automatically send you a check for the difference.
Are you and your gray hair facing an identity crisis?
My hair says experience. My hair says energy.
Touch of Gray. The best of both combs away a little gray, never too much, just right.
Now I look like I know what I'm doing and can still do it.
Touch of Gray.
Now look at the United States Heritage, brought to you by Valspar. Major League Baseball became a two-league event when the American and National Leagues joined up together in 1903. Fenway Park, the oldest ballpark still in existence. 289 Hall of Fame members in Cooperstown at the moment. And Jim Rice of the Boston Red Sox and Rickey Henderson will be inducted this summer to join that company. Major League Baseball began in 1876. The National League was founded that year. And the first professional baseball team, of course, the Cincinnati Red Stockings.
Yeah, but they weren't the Big Red Machine then, but they were in Cincinnati.
They were as big as it got. They were the only team who got paid. Right. And they went a whole year without losing a single game. The Wind playing tricks with this one. But Nakajima staggering, handles it, and Ryan Braun is out number one.
Talked about how when the Japanese team was taking batting practice and getting ground balls, their fungo hitter hit pop-ups to the infielders to try to play and learn the conditions of the wind in the field swirling here.
Brian McCann has walked and grounded out to first. He's 0 for 1. McCann of the Atlanta Braves has become one of the best hitting catchers in baseball. And for a brief time in this tournament, he became a left fielder.
That's right.
Team USA had injury problems all over the field, and they really had nobody else to put out in left field, so McCann was it. Facing Sugiuchi here. 1 out in the 6th inning. Team USA is trailing 6-2. 1 ball, 1 strike. In the Far East, the big rivalry, the biggest rivalry is in baseball, Japan versus South Korea. And that is the matchup that Japan is trying to create in the final of the World Baseball Classic. It's the Red Sox, Yankees, Giants, Dodgers, Cubs, Cardinals. And they have played each other several times already in this classic. There are no surprises when they play each other. They've played 4 times in this World Baseball Classic. And Japan is leading here 6-2 with an excellent chance to make it a 5th game. Japan clobbered South Korea in Tokyo. Jojima hit a 2-run homer in that game. Then Bong, the South Korean ace, shut down Japan the next time they met, and he requested that he be placed in that game. And then Bong beat Japan again in the 2nd round down in San Diego before Japan finally beat South Korea when both teams were already in the semifinals. That was the seeding game. And it's a walk for Brian McCann. In 2006, they also met in the World Baseball Classic in the semifinal. South Korea had not lost a single game coming into that one. Uehara, veteran pitcher on the mound. And Team Japan gave South Korea its only loss in that tournament, but it was a loss that hurt because South Korea was eliminated, and Team Japan went on to face Cuba in the final.
John, I'm watching Sugiuchi, and I'm a little surprised because he's not using his fastball. There he does, I guess. That's not his good fastball. I mean, he's not using his fastball, and he has this 4-run lead, and he walks the leadoff hitter, throwing him off speed pitches. So he's not pitching to the score, he's pitching to the hitter.
That ball is hammered by DeRosa against the wind, and it is caught on the warning track by Aoki.
Well, the wind is blowing a lot harder now than it was early in the ball game.
An ill wind blowing no good for Team United States right there.
Suguchi throws like a little cutter, a little slider in, and DeRosa goes down to drive the ball, a pitch that he can hit right down in his wheelhouse. Good swing on the low ball, driving it, but into the teeth of that wind, and ball gets held up, and Aoki able to make the play. And the pitcher says, Suguchi says, thank you very much. Another out.
Curtis Granderson against the left-hander. And a foul. The count is 0-1. That's twice that DeRosa has taken on that wind coming in from left field tonight. He's lost both times.
Well, he used to playing in Wrigley Field. Those would go in Wrigley, even with the wind. Now he's going to have to change his attack in Cleveland.
Although the ball often carries fairly well at the jake.
DeRosa is such a good fit for the Cleveland Indians, and I think the Chicago Cubs are going to miss him. I think he was a big part of the nucleus and core of that team, and I think he's going to bring some real leadership to the Indians organization.
DeRosa had 21 home runs for the Cubs last year, 87 RBIs, scored over 100 runs, and he did all of that while playing left field, right field, second base, third base. I mean, he played all over the field.
He's got grit, and there's some grit to his game that I think that a young Indians team needs at times.
Aoki, and the inning is over. Team Japan having things well in hand, leading 6-2.
The first mile hates seeing you with running. It would rather you just go back to the couch. But both you and running know there are other things to look forward to, like the second mile. Only New Balance Total Fit offers you a fit from every angle, so you can hate the first mile less and love running more. The BMW 5 Series, with a more powerful engine, spacious Dakota leather seats, near perfect 50-50 weight distribution, and an elegantly redesigned interior. Nothing holds performance and luxury in a more perfect balance. Visit your local BMW center today for a test drive.
Dear PlayStation, MLB 09 The Show thinks I can't hit the high and inside fastball. You're gonna fix that, right?
Well, Dustin, PlayStation gamers demand the most realistic baseball game ever, so we're just going to keep it as is. It's called integrity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just polishing my MVP trophy. How many MVPs do you know that can't hit that pitch?
Apart from you?
MLB 09 The Show, the most realistic baseball game ever. Rated E for everyone.
Now for a limited time, get a KFC Famous Bowls combo with drink for only $2.99. Layers of our home-style mashed potatoes, sweet corn, and all-white meat crispy chicken, all topped with gravy and a 3-cheese blend. KFC Famous Bowls combo, only $2.99.
Play fantasy baseball on ESPN.com. Prepare for your draft with the Mock Draft Lobby. Plus live scoring, auction drafts, and the best advice, all for free. ESPN.com/fantasy. Check it out. 6-2. Team Japan leading Team USA. And there's J.P. Howell of the Tampa Bay Rays. 25-year-old left-hander from here in California. And he was one of the outstanding members of an outstanding bullpen for the American League pennant winners, the Rays, last year.
Well, they went from having the worst bullpen in baseball history in 2007 to an outstanding bullpen last year, supporting a quality starting rotation. And this young guy led all relievers and strikeouts last year. Great stuff.
And these a strikeout pitcher, as evidenced by his numbers last year, but he's not a power pitcher. And he often was better against right-handed hitters than he was against the lefties, at least last year. Ball one.
That pitch right there is the reason why. That's an outstanding changeup.
Jojima has hit 2 sacrifice flies in this game. So Jojima, with no runner at third to drive in this time, gets himself aboard with a single, and he has hit well in this tournament.
Well, that was another changeup. He threw him 2 in a row, and Jojima was waiting for it.
And now Iwamura, his teammate Howell, facing his teammate Iwamura, both with the Tampa Bay Rays in the regular Major League season. So this is a confrontation that's going to get talked about, I'm sure, several times as the season unfolds when they both return to their ball club. Curtis Granderson at left center. So Howell gets his teammate Iwamura here.
Third baseman,
one away.
2.
Go to the shop at worldbaseballclassic.com to get all the official merchandise and support your favorite country and players. worldbaseballclassic.com. And they're doing rather brisk business at the shop here at Dodger Stadium as we speak.
Did you get your gear yet, Joe?
No, I have not. I haven't done any shopping. I haven't done any shopping, guys. All you players in the truck, you may have to shop for yourself.
Maybe you could get me one of those helmets. I like the way that
I like
says
that too.
Japan across the top and it's raised out. Got some style.
I'm not sure they sell those in the shop, John.
I'm talking to Joe and to you because you guys have connections. I'm just saying, I don't care where you get it. I just want one. Come on.
Joe, you got more juice than I have.
Well, no, I don't know about that.
Sanaharo might get you a helmet.
But he'll get it for me. John wants one.
Ask for 2.
You can't ask for 2. You can't ask for. I can't ask him for 2 or 3, Steve.
Well, ask O and then ask Ichiro.
Well, good point.
After tomorrow, they don't need them, right? Tournament's over after tomorrow. There's Osan, Sadaharu O, the legendary Osan. Kawasaki, the 9th place hitter, who has been thrown out on a bunt and has singled and scored a run. Shows bunt and takes a curve for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sadaharu O, 868 home runs in his brilliant career. Nearly 3,000 hits. 5 times he won a batting championship besides all those homers. And then became a manager and managed Team Japan to the championship in the first World Baseball Classic. And as you might expect, he also made the Baseball Hall of Fame in Japan. Base hit to left field for Kawasaki. His second hit. So the lefties facing the lefty Howell, but one of them has some success here.
Well, John, I was watching their approach. And watch, it just stays back and just flips the ball the other way. Anytime you throw soft stuff to a guy out over the plate with that approach, they're going to have some success because they're not trying to hit it that hard. They're just flipping the ball over the infield. They're trying to put the ball in play. And so a good job there by Kawasaki.
Marcel Latchman, the pitching coach for Team USA, on the phone to the bullpen. Ichiro, the leadoff man, has gone hitless in this game. It's a strike.
You know, in U.S. baseball, there's Scott Shields getting up in the bullpen. In U.S. baseball, the strikeout has become such a big part of the game. Hitters take big swings with 2 strikes on them. You never see a Japanese hitter with 2 strikes overswing. They look for contact. Put it in play, avoid the strikeout.
1 strike the count to Ichiro. DeRosa just in time at second to get to speedy Kawasaki. That's a pretty nice play by a guy who doesn't normally play first base.
Well, that was going to be his only play because Ichiro was going to beat Howell to first base. So a good play, you're right, by DeRosa.
Shortstop, number 6.
You'll have a chance to see. Now watch as DeRosa makes a nice play, but Ichiro was going to run right past Howell covering first base.
So Ichiro is 0 for 4 and 3 for 22 in the tournament since the tournament moved here to North America. Nakajima, 2 men on, 2 men out. It's a big spot here. Team USA is only hanging on by a thread to begin with, trailing 6-2 in the 6th inning.
Well, you never feel like you're out of the game as long as one swing can tie the score, and a grand slam could tie the score. If they score one more run, it just makes it that much more difficult.
Nakajima knocked in a run. In fact, knocked out Roy Oswalt with an RBI double in the 4th inning. That was the 5th run of the inning. Nakajima with a big hit in the 4th, in addition to being superb all evening long at shortstop. He's handled everything hit his way, and they've hit a lot of balls his way. And Howell, as we say, not a hard thrower. 86 miles an hour with that fastball. 0-2 the count. There is Jojima, who led off the inning with a single at third. Ichiro, who reached on the force play, is over at first. The changeup, and the inning is over. Now to the late innings we go. The top of the order. Team USA down by 4. Roberts, Jeter, and Rollins coming up.
Temperatures in a
couple of weeks, he's having problems with his pitching elbow, and team doctors want him to sit a few games.
high pressure system continues to sit over the area, and that's going to mean more.
Once you've dealt with the things that come between you, don't let erectile dysfunction get in the way. Viagra, America's most prescribed ED treatment, can help you enjoy a more satisfying sexual experience. To learn more, spend some quality time with Viagra.com. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease in vision or hearing. Now's the time. Ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
When you drive a Chrysler, Jeep, or Dodge vehicle, you're not just getting behind the wheel. You're getting behind an American car company. So it's our responsibility to deliver the best vehicles on and off the road. Our quality and reliability are the best in company history. We've improved fuel economy on 73% of our vehicles over last year and offer a best-in-the-business lifetime powertrain warranty. And now everyone gets our employee price, plus generous cash allowances on most models, plus 0% financing for well-qualified buyers. We don't want to be just any car company. We want to be your car company.
This'll work.
Hey, look, it's the 4 guys.
Have a good time, 4 guys.
4 Captain and Colas. No. 4 guys' money's no good here.
Wow, the 4 guys. You must be doing really well.
Why, have you seen our posters?
Yeah.
Sweet. Got a little captain in you. Drink responsibly.
Now let's take a look at Japan Heritage, brought to you by Valspar, with Team Japan leading Team USA 6-2 here in the semifinal game. Baseball interest in Japan was really sparked in 1934 when the Babe himself came over on a barnstorming tour. Later on, the legendary Sadaharu Oh, who's here tonight, became the great star of Japanese baseball. Ichiro, the first Japanese-born position player to play in the major leagues, and then the first World Baseball Classic. And there's Sadaharu Oh alongside Ichiro in the foreground. They won the gold medal. They won the championship of the World Baseball Classic. Oh-san is here tonight. He had been gravely ill, battling cancer. Great to see him here tonight. He's been rooting on this Japanese team. And tomorrow night, the winner of this game will take on South Korea in the championship of the 2009 WBC, the World Baseball Classic championship game on ESPN tomorrow night at 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific time. We hope you'll join us. from Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles. We got a cold. It's starting to feel cold here. I'm saying there's wind chill factors involved here.
Turn on the heat.
And here is Masahiro Tanaka in the game to face the leadoff man, Brian Roberts. Tanaka replaces Sugiyuchi, who had an inning and a third without allowing a hit. Still has not allowed a hit in the entire tournament coming out of the bullpen. Roberts led off the game with a home run. But Team USA has only scored one time since then. That was in the third. They had a 2-1 lead at that point. But then Japan got 5 runs in the 4th inning to move ahead 6-2. Well, he snaps that slider in there for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You got a delivery a lot like Daisuke. The splitter put him away.
Well, if the delivery works for Daisuke Matsuzaka, it might work for somebody else. And Tanaka, an outstanding split finger fastball right there. Same arm action as the fastball, and then just dropping right off the table. That is such a tough pitch to hit. You see the action on the ball, the sinking action to it. Terrific pitch. Well, John, you mentioned Sugiyuchi being out of the game. He threw 20 pitches, which means that short of the 30-pitch limit, so he'll be able to come back and pitch in the championship game if Japan ends up winning. Be available for manager Hara in that game.
If he throws 30 or more, then he would not be eligible. Jeter hit that one off his leg or his foot.
Well, guys, trivia question for you. There was one hitter that hit behind Sadahara O and Henry Aaron when they passed Babe Ruth for home runs.
That's easy. Davey Johnson.
Davey Johnson, manager of the USA team. Played both for the Braves and then went to Japan. Hit behind Sadahara O in that Giants lineup.
Well, another bit of trivia for you. There's one guy who was there in the Dodger dugout in Atlanta the night that Aaron passed Babe Ruth, and he was the right fielder in Tokyo the night that Sadaharu O passed.
Not as easy as my question, is it?
And he almost caught O's home run in right field that broke the record. The ball hit off his glove, and he insists that he caught it and a fan took it out of his glove as he leaned into the stands.
Are you asking me or Steve?
Ask Joe. Mine was too easy. I want to. We got. This is Stump Joe night.
Not tonight.
I'm not asking.
I'm very poor on trivia questions.
This is a good point, Joe, because I know you know.
Yeah.
Steve,
okay.
Who do you think this is?
So he knows that I know.
All right. So what does the guy do now?
He manages the Philadelphia Phillies. That's a pretty good hit for you.
All right, Charlie Manuel.
Very good.
What do I get for this?
I knew you'd get it. 2 down, and here is Jimmy Rollins. In fact, Charlie got called up by the Dodgers, just arrived in town and didn't get into the dugout dressed for the game until the game was underway. He said, the way Charlie tells it, about 10 minutes later, he sat down, he's meeting his teammates, and then Aaron hits the home run to pass the Bay.
What you'll find, Steve, is I am not very good at trivia questions overall. I just happen to know those two.
I'm only good when they give me answers in my ear from the truck.
1 ball, 1 strike to Jimmy Rollins. Team Japan leading 6-2. And this Japanese bullpen has just been an iron wall. Nobody's been able to break through against Team Japan's bullpen. Their pitching all the way around has been stellar. A 1.2 team ERA coming into this game, but the bullpen's been even better than that.
And John, we've talked about this, for future World Baseball Classics. for the United States to compete, and, you know, on a consistent basis, the pitching is going to have to be, you know, top pitchers. And I don't know if we're ever going to be able to do that. But, I mean, you got the CC Sabathias of the world and all these great pitchers we have here, and they're not part of this. So until we get the pitching to match Japan's best pitchers, we're going to always have a problem.
That's a fair ball. Into the right field corner. Ichiro digs it out. Rollins is going to keep going. Heading for third. He's going to make it to third. A stand-up triple.
See, John, we're always going to see the best of the other team's the pitchers of the entire country, and we're not putting our best on display. Jimmy Rollins, we talked about it before, he seems to be better when he just uses his hands. They're a good balance, and he just turns. He doesn't open too quickly. He just reacts to the ball inside there. And we saw him line a single to right field on a ball away. So Jimmy Rollins seems to be on top of his game. He swung the bat well the entire Classic. So, you know, the Phillies have something to look forward to.
And the USA cheer goes up at Dodger Stadium.
Are you faster than that? Are you faster than that?
I doubt it. You know,
David Wright, two down, runner at third. And he curbed him for a called strike.
It's interesting, Steve, because I never thought of myself as fast. You know, I was quick. You know, after 2 or 3 steps, I was up to full speed. But I watch these guys; they can run. He can run.
Ball and a strike. Wright has not going to run tonight with a double back in the third inning. He is 1 for 3 in the game. Japan's bullpen busy,
and they need to take advantage of opportunities. USA, when you get a man on third base, you've got to try to capitalize on it.
.95-mile-an-hour fastball. Wright hit a double to not get a run back in the third against Daisuke Matsuzaka.
Well, that's the last run that we've been able to score. Or I should say Team USA's been able to score.
Oh. And Jojima throws him out to end the inning. And he was badly fooled. 7th inning stretch time. Team Japan leading Team USA 6-2. And they are running out of outs, is Team USA.
This is a consumer alert. There could be millions of homes that still rely on possibly dangerous electrical circuit breaker panels manufactured by Federal Pacific Electrical Company, which have been linked to fires and other safety hazards. Experts say these suspect circuit breaker panels may not meet today's safety codes, were poorly designed, and failed to work properly as often as 60% of the time. Learn more now at ismypanelsafe.com or call 823-4188 to make an appointment with the electric doctor.
Old party allegiance and ties.
Mr. Lincoln, you may reply.
Would the good people like a reply?
I said, would the good people like a reply? I'll give you a reply.
You think that's surprising? Get this. Diet Dew has all the intensity of regular Dew with none of the calories.
Baseball this season on ESPN.com. With auction drafts, you can draft the way you want and win your fall classic. Click, draft, dominate, all for free. Go to ESPN.com/fantasy today.
Ahead on SportsCenter, the Sweet 16's all set, but whose Final Four run will soon turn bitter? LeBron in action, Dwayne Wade too, see who will hurt their postseason positioning, and dangling Chads, why a quarterback controversy is brewing in Miami.
years of life can last a lifetime. Valspar, the beauty goes on.
Hall of Fame manager Tommy Lasorda and the legendary Hall of Famer from Japan, Sadaharu Oh, exchanging pleasantries along with Mike Brito, Dodger scout in the background there. Between innings, Osan and Lasorda. Lasorda actually at one time won just about the highest award that any foreigner can win in Japan. And it escapes me the name of the award because obviously I've never won it. But he is held in very high esteem over there. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count to Aoki. Matt Thornton is in the game for Team USA. Matt Thornton of the Chicago White Sox. Been in 4 games in the tournament. And Aoki is down on strikes. He puts him away.
You were right, Joe. The left-handed relievers for Team USA, if they had been able to get a lead, it looked like they'd be able to neutralize the left-handed bats. Now they just need to keep putting zeros up and hope that the offense can try to solve the Japan bullpen, which has been phenomenal throughout the entire Classic.
Well, they're going to bring in a pinch hitter for one of those lefties now, and this is Kenta Kurihara after Aoki has struck out. And Kurihara is the man who replaced Murata, the slugger who had the hamstring pull and had to be taken out of the tournament. So here is Kurihara. He doesn't really look jet lagged, but you have to forgive him if he is. He just it was flown from the other side of the world within the last couple of days to get here. He takes a mighty cut and doesn't get it. Kurihara with the Hiroshima Carp at .332 last year, 23 homers, 103 batted in. 0-2 the count. That was clocked over 90, but in the mid-90s, that fastball. 0-2 the count. Kurihara may well be saying, you made me fly for 27 hours, and this is what I have to face?
He looks tired to me. I don't know.
And the slider. So long. 2 strikeouts to start the inning for Matt Thornton. And so far, Team Japan's only had 1 hit against these left-handers out of the Team USA bullpen.
Here's Ogasawara, who's coming up to the plate right now. And earlier in the World Baseball Classic against Cuba, could not get around on the fastball. Then in the game against Korea, still could not get around on the fastball. But tonight, made some adjustments. Timed the fastball, went down and got that one. The low fastball, he goes down well to drive that ball and jumped all over Roy Oswald's fastballs.
Now he's facing a great fastball from a left-hander. The count is 0-1 to Ogasawara. 96-mile-an-hour fastball from Thornton on that first pitch. Strike 2 at 95 on the outside. $11 hitters faced by these left-handers out of the USA bullpen, and only 1 of those 11 has reached base. And off the left field line, foul, and he broke his bat. 0-2 the count. Ogasawara had a single in the second, a single in the fourth, struck out in the fifth. And that strikeout came against a left-hander. Davey Johnson, of course, managed the Team USA entrant in the Olympic Games in Beijing last summer. And they had a meeting with Team Japan, which featured several of these professional players who were on their World Baseball Classic team. He said he started a left-hander against them who's from AA ball with the Oakland Athletics, and he shut Team Japan down. And that was not pretty for Ogasawara. 97 miles an hour right toward his chin. Thornton strikes out the side. Team USA needs some runs.
We're on the road to show people
We've made a great product even better. Watch.
Now every drop of Shell gasolines contain a nitrogen-enriched cleaning system that seeks and destroys engine gunk left by lower quality gasoline.
It then acts as a barrier that protects engines from performance-robbing gunk.
Try new nitrogen-enriched Shell gasolines.
Helping you get the most out of every drop.
Next stop, I want to drive.
In your world, you're always on duty. In your world, the unpredictable is predictable. In your world, millions rely on you. In your world, you live to a higher standard. Panasonic Toughbook computers. Get equipped at foratoughworld.com. Toughbook 30 powered by Intel Centrino 2 with vPro technology.
Panasonic. Ideas for life.
Dear PlayStation, MLB 09 The Show thinks I can't hit the high and inside fastball. You're gonna fix that, right?
Well, Dustin, PlayStation gamers demand the most realistic baseball game ever, so we're just going to keep it as is. It's called integrity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just polishing my MVP trophy. How many MVPs do you know that can't hit that pitch?
Apart from you?
MLB 09 The Show, the most realistic baseball game ever. Rated E for everyone.
Who's up for charades? We are.
Absolutely. Games on DirecTV in like 10 minutes. Check it out. I can easily set my home DVR right from here. Hey, can you feel this?
Set your home DVR from any cell phone or computer. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
Sports Center right now, I'm Trey Wingo. Kyle Busch earns his second Sprint Cup win of the year, winning the Food City 500 in Bristol, Tennessee. He led for 378 of the 500 laps in the race. Meanwhile, unbeaten UConn still is. First round tournament game, no problem, as Tina Charles scores 32 on 13 of 14 shooting as UConn rolls past Vermont 104-65. All this and much more next Sports Center after the World Baseball Classic.
Team Japan is 6 outs away from eliminating Team USA in the World Baseball Classic as we head to the 8th inning in L.A. 6-2, Japan leading the United States. And Mahara is the right-hander who has come in from the Team Japan bullpen as Adam Dunn, number 17, heads to the plate. He'll be followed by Ryan Braun and Brian McCann. South Korea watching this ball game, knowing that they'll be facing the winner, and I'm sure that they were hoping that Team Japan would win because they are such fierce rivals. And Mahara comes on now to try and help make that a reality.
And Mahara could run that fastball up there. We saw him about 97 miles per hour down at Petco Park in the second round of the Classic.
Adam Dunn is 0 for 2 with a walk. He's struck out twice in a fastball at 94 miles an hour. It is 0-1.
Well, we've seen Team Japan's relief corps come in and pitch well, but no one's thrown the ball any better than Matt Thornton did the last inning.
Just off the inside. You know, there was a point I've been meaning to get to. I wanted to ask you guys about. These left-handers have just been superb against the Japanese lineup, as Davy Johnson figured they would be. But the right-hander Oswalt had given up 6 runs before he made that move, and Davy Johnson has felt compelled in this tournament to also, in addition to trying to win these ball games, make sure he gets the pitchers the work that need to get because they're still in spring training mode. And was that a swing? No. Third base umpire Carlos Ray on appeal ruling in favor of Dunn. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The point being, it's an elimination game. It's like a game 7. Team Japan is definitely playing it that way. We know South Korea plays it that way. Cuba plays it that way. But Team USA, although they play hard and they play all out, their pitcher, Roy Oswalt, is still in spring training mode. And you wouldn't ordinarily leave a guy in there to give up 6 runs when it's all riding on the line that night.
Well, I think Davy Johnson has managed with some handcuffs on him throughout this. There are a lot of limitations been placed on him with relievers. I think he's trying to make managers happy. You know, he's splitting time with his shortstops. One playing in the field, one wouldn't. You know, one would DH. When Chipper Jones went down, it made it a little bit easier on him.
High pop-up. A real high pop-up. Nakajima. The wind carried that one, but he stayed with it beautifully.
You know, the issue is that if the United States wants to win the World Baseball Classic, you got to take the handcuffs off the manager. Now, it's tough because of the timing of the year when you've got to get people ready. But the other teams aren't worried about people's feelings. They're making personnel switches in the third inning for defensive replacements. And there's no way that Davey Johnson would do that managing this team.
Well, I agree that it's more difficult for him to manage, but I don't know if that's ever going to change. I don't think you can. When you say take the handcuffs off, I don't think you're going to be able to do that because the Team USA players are getting ready for April 6th because they have a long season to go. Korea, Japan, all of them are pointing toward this event, and even in Cuba, they point toward this event.
That's a fair ball. Ryan Braun down the left field line. Here comes the throw in by Aoki. It's a double for Braun.
And Team USA is pointing toward October. I mean, their team they're trying to get ready to win a world championship. And in a lot of cases, you know, that's the most important thing to them at this time. So I don't think it's ever going to change is the point. And like you said, there are handcuffs, yes, but I don't think that's going to change.
See, I think a solution for the United States is that you have a starting team, and then the other players on your roster are utility men. And therefore, you've got other players on your provisional roster who are in their camp getting ready. And if one of your starting players gets hurt, you go get a starting player who's been in camp with somebody working out, and you don't use your utility man to fill in. And I think that there's a way not to worry about playing time that way. And he can play and guys are getting their playing time to get ready for the season. And he's not having to split them.
But the issue tonight, and the regular players, that's also part of an issue. Some of them aren't ready to go right now. But Roy Oswalt was left in there because they needed to stretch him out a little bit. He obviously felt compelled that he owed that to the Houston Astros to help Oswalt get ready, while he's also trying to help Team USA win this tournament.
And that has been one of the complaints, that their pitchers did not get the work they thought they would get to get ready for opening day.
But I think Team USA, and we've heard a lot of USA cheers tonight. A lot of fans rooting for the USA here, unlike in Miami, where it seemed like they were a visiting team. When they played Venezuela, they played Puerto Rico. I see most of the crowd was rooting for the other team. But if you're a fan here tonight and you're rooting for the USA, and then you see, well, they just left Oswalt in there and he got his brains beat out. Well, the whole game and the whole tournament was slipping away during a 5-run fourth inning. It wasn't until he'd given up all 5 of those runs that they took him out. If you're a fan, you feel maybe a little bit betrayed right there. I'm out here rooting for this team and cheering them on, and they're not even really playing the game.
Well, I mean, you can take that a step further, though, and say, if you use a guy and you don't get him ready for the season, would the fans of Houston be upset because he's not ready to go opening day? So, I mean, it's a two-way street there. I mean, they have to get ready for their fans as well that are going to support them for the entire season. You're going to have the Houston Astros fans are wondering, is Oswalt going to be ready for opening day? And if you take him out there and he only pitches 2 innings today and not get stretched out, would he be ready for opening day? I mean, obviously those are concerns that some of the other owners and general managers had, in 2006, when their pitchers did not get enough work, in their opinion, to get them ready for the season. So it's a very difficult situation, and it's something, and being honest with you, I don't think it's going to change.
And Davey still hadn't made everybody happy, as it is. I'm sure there are pitchers on this staff who won't have had the work that they ordinarily would have had at this point in spring training when they go back to their team.
I mean, the reality is he's got to try to make everybody equally unhappy. I mean, he's not going to make anybody happy. So you try to spread it around a little bit. It's tough. It's a matter of priorities. I mean, the priorities here in the States is still the Major League season. Even if it's not Davies, he wants to win, but he knows he has to manage it. For South Korea and Japan, their priority is winning the World Baseball Classic.
That's all they care about.
And they'll figure out their season when they get back to Japan and Korea.
2-2 the count to McCann, and Mahara misses. 3-2.
Well, the basketball team used to mix up with veterans and maybe, some amateur players or college players. Maybe that's the next step. You bring in some minor league players to, support some of the big league players, and mainly pitchers. I think pitching is the key.
3-2 the count. Runner at second, 1 out. McCann fouls it off. 3-2.
If I could solve the U.S. issues, I think the pitchers have to be more prepared, because our pitchers aren't as prepared as the other guys are. And I also, playing time seems to be something that Davey has to juggle. Derek Jeter one day, Jimmy Rollins one day. Pick one shortstop, let him play every day. Therefore, he's getting his playing time to get ready for the season, and then get a utility infielder to back him up. And then if somebody gets hurt, you go get another starter. I think there's a way to solve the issues about playing time and preparedness for the season if you do that.
Again, a foul. 3-2 the count to McCann. Team USA needs base runners. They're down by 4 runs. McCann has been on base twice with walks. Braun at second after his double. DeRosa on deck. And here's the USA chant. Another foul. This has been a 9-pitch at bat already. He's fouled off several pitches here with 2 strikes. 3 balls and 2 strikes the count to McCann. Now, if you're on this Team USA team and you're playing in front of a crowd that's chanting USA, that's got to be a thrill.
Well, I'm sure the players have told us all that it's a thrill for them to be here. But when you started that sentence, I thought you were going to say something. These guys out here playing their hearts out, but they don't have a chance to show their best because they don't have the best of their country here with them, alongside them. Look, I just say it's a very difficult situation. And again, I don't think it's going to be solved. It's always going to have this type of atmosphere and this type of situation for the man.
A trip to the plate for Brian McCann, and they needed him to get on base, and he figured out a way to do it. It took 10 pitches to do it. As he finally coaxes the walk, and here comes Hara, the manager, to the mound with 2 men on and 1 man out here in the 8th inning.
Yeah, I'm going to take it a step further. We were talking about yesterday. David Wright says you know what you sign up for when you come. Well, Davey Johnson knew what he was signing up for when he came. I mean, you have to realize that.
That's fair. Take a look at this at bat. Throw the fastball, the 2-seamer off the plate right there. He takes the ball away. Coming back inside with it. That's a pitch he's going to want back right there down the middle. Tried to go to the split. Brian McCann's getting some balls down the heart of the plate. He's just not quite catching up to. A little bit underneath, kind of collapsing the backside some, but able to fight it off and work the walk. A real battle.
So here is DeRosa. Braun at second, McCann at first. Just off the outside. Mahara.
DeRosa just missed hitting a couple of home runs to left field. Maybe he needs to take this one to right center and he'll get some help.
The wind blowing in from left toward right. Shane Victorino of the Phillies out on deck. Braun will score. McCann to third. The ball gets away in the corner. Aoki had to chase it. And here comes McCann to score. Into third goes DeRosa. They have cut that lead in half. 6-4 Japan.
Now, we talked about how good a hitter he is. He gets a little breaking ball. This time he ripped it down the line. The other balls he hit in the air, and he hit them hard enough, probably harder than he hit this ball, but the wind knocked him down. Here it is. It's a fastball pretty much in the middle of the plate, and he turns on it and rips it down the line. And as John said, the ball gets away in the outfield from Aoki, and that allows McCann to come around the score. And DeRosa is in the third with a triple.
And the dugout for Team USA. They had a dramatic comeback in the 9th inning Tuesday that got them here when they came from a 2-run deficit to defeat Team Puerto Rico, a 3-run ninth inning. Is there another comeback in them? They remember when they beat Team Japan 3 years ago in this tournament. They came from behind in that game. They were down 3-0 at one time in that game and came back to win it. Shane Victorino had been out on deck, but now Evan Longoria, the right-handed hitter, the young slugger from the Tampa Bay Rays, and now this crowd is really into it. And Evan Longoria is the possible tying run with a runner at third and 1 out. Longoria hit 27 home runs in just a partial year for the Rays last year. Started the year in the minor leagues. Got injured during the season. The infield comes in all the way around with a 2-run lead. 1 ball to no strikes.
Well, they play differently in Japan than they do here, I guess, because normally you would not want to give Team USA a chance to bloop one over and lead to a big inning.
Wow. Play the infield in with a 2-run lead.
And you would give up this run to get an out and go to the 9th inning leading if you possibly could.
A ball and a strike to Longoria.
I must admit, I'm a little surprised because Victorino was out on deck. He's a left-handed hitter. And I was wondering why Davey Johnson took him off, because Team Japan only has 2 right-handers up in their bullpen. They don't have a left-hander up down there unless he's going for the whole thing, and it's hard to hit a ball out of here to left field with the wind blowing in. I would think Victorino would have a better chance of pulling the ball to right field, using the wind, and maybe tie this ball game.
A ball and a strike to Longoria. 96 miles an hour with that fastball from Mahara. Here's the bullpen with Fujikawa and Darvish. Darvish on the left-hand side there, thought to be the likely starter tomorrow night in the final against South Korea if they can get there.
Well, they got to get there first.
That must be Hara's feeling. 1-2 the count. He's just pumping fastballs at the young Longoria here. Longoria, what, 3 days ago, he was playing a grapefruit league friendly down in Florida.
Just relaxing and playing, right?
And look what he's walked into here.
Thrown into the fire immediately. And Mahara going with straight fastballs on him all the time, and Longoria's going to have to shorten that swing up a little bit to make some contact.
The splitter, pretty good take right there.
Tough to hold up on that one. You're geared for the fastball. You're thinking, I've got a read fastball coming out of his hand, but able to hold up on it. That ability to recognize ball from strike, fastball from off-speed pitch. That's a good take.
2 runs are in. A runner at third, 1 out. 6-4 Japan. Another splitter, and this time he got it.
Well, the fastball was overpowering, and he got ahead with the fastball, and that makes you think fastball as a hitter that I have to catch up with it. As you can see, the fastball, he swings through this one. Now he has to protect, and then he looks for a changeup. He lays off one, but you can't lay off the next one. Almost identical pitches, but it's very difficult to do.
Brian Roberts, who has hit the only home run for Team USA, and that led off the game. Infield back, normal depth now. The fastball away from the powerful Mahara.
I'm going to think that maybe because they brought Longoria all the way here, that Davey decided to use him. Because Victorino was on deck. He was, in my opinion, the logical guy to use with a right-hander out there and no left-hander in the bullpen.
DeRosa at third, 2 down. Got the call on that one.
I think Davey probably looking for the long ball to try to tie it up. The other thing to understand, we start talking about the differences between baseball. The infield being in with a 2-run lead with that last at bat before Longoria. That never happens in U.S. baseball. Nobody would do that. I mean, that is remarkable. I have a hard time even trying to figure out why he would do it.
The splitter. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
But I have an equally hard time thinking that Davey Johnson could feel like Longoria could turn that wind around too.
Yeah.
Because that wind is blowing awfully hard toward right field, so you're better off with a left-handed hitter up there. At least that would be my thinking.
Mahara's 30th pitch of the inning. Right here. Mahara's got it. And the inning is over. They do not get that runner home from third. DeRosa was there with 1 out. Mahara pitching for the strikeout on Longoria. Got that and then got the comebacker. 6-4. Japan, last of the 8th coming up.
World Baseball Classic Championship game tomorrow at 9:30 on ESPN.
We like to establish our dominance with a fastball.
Make sure you're getting up over your front leg.
We throw inside when we have to. And we don't listen to that.
The major leagues down to the minor details. Major League Baseball 2K9. Rated E for everyone.
This'll work.
Hey, look, it's the 4 guys.
Have a good time, 4 guys.
4 Captain and Colas. No. 4 guys' money's no good here.
Wow, the 4 guys. You must be doing really well.
Oh, have you seen our posters?
Yeah.
Sweet. Got a little captain in you. Drink responsibly.
When you drive a Chrysler, Jeep, or Dodge vehicle, you're not just getting behind the wheel. You're getting behind an American car company. So it's our responsibility to deliver the best vehicles on and off the road. Our quality and reliability are the best in company history. We've improved fuel economy on 73% of our vehicles over last year and offer a best-in-the-business lifetime powertrain warranty. And now everyone gets our employee price, plus generous cash allowances on most models, plus 0% financing for well-qualified buyers. We don't want to be just any car company. We want to be your car company.
Are you and your gray hair facing an identity crisis?
My hair says experience. My hair says energy.
Touch of Gray. The best of both combs away a little gray, never too much, just right.
Now I look like I know what I'm doing and can still do it.
Touch of Gray.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of World Baseball Classic, Inc. and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
This semifinal game of the World Baseball Classic, Team Japan leading Team USA 6-4. Last of the 8th inning being televised, as you might expect. Back to Japan on J Sports. And a big moment for Team Japan occurred in that 5-run 4th inning rally when Iwamura hit a triple. Let's listen into their telecast. It was pretty exciting.
That's some good analysis right there, too.
And there's ball 1 from Jim Hanrahan of the Washington Nationals into the game now. Hanrahan, a new teammate for his Team USA teammate, Adam Dunn, who had been signed. Joel Hanrahan. And a fastball at 92 miles an hour to Fukudome for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Shane Victorino is now in center field after Longoria hit for Granderson. Running up as if to bunt. Taking that breaking ball too low. There's Victorino out in center field. Fukudome, Jojima, and Iwamura, 3 members of Team Japan who all play Major League Baseball here in North America. The 3 hitters due up, and all of them had a big role in that 5-run 4th inning rally. Fukudome got the first run home, although they scored at an error. He hit a ball very sharply. The tough hop for Roberts. He got called for the error, and a run did score in that play. And then Jojima knocked in the go-ahead run with a fly ball, and Iwamura hit the triple to knock another run home as a leadoff walk to Fukudome. Now, Davey Johnson's had nothing but success with left-handed relievers, but he's got some lefties here still coming up, although Jojima now is a right-handed batter coming up. And it looks like a pinch runner is going to go into the game for Team Japan at first base for Fukudome. But he brings in Hanrahan, the right-hander, and again you start to figure, well, Hanrahan must need a little work because it's spring training.
Yeah, and I'm definitely going to give him the benefit of a doubt as far as using Longoria in that last inning because, Longoria did consent to come here, after on short notice, and at least he did get one at bat in the World Baseball Classic, if nothing else, because the odds were against him being able to hit a ball out of here to left field because the wind's blowing very hard to right field now.
Kataoka is the pinch runner. Yasuyuki Kataoka of the Lions, 50 steals for him last year in Japan. Showing bunt is Jojima. 1 ball and no strikes.
The only other issue with the move that Davey Johnson made is he burned 2 players to the move. Now Shane Victory goes to center field. The only player left on the U.S. bench that's healthy and playable is Chris Iannetta, his backup catcher. So it's tough to put him in and burn him and not have a backup catcher the rest of the night. So whoever's in is in for the rest of the game.
Foul ball on that bunt attempt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Last of the 8. Team USA with a 2-run double by DeRosa. They scored that as a double for DeRosa, and an error was charged for the left fielder Aoki as the ball got by him. And that made it 6-4. But a major run that Team USA was not able to get. Longoria could not get DeRosa home from third when he came up with 1 out. And that's a ball. So Hanrahan's having a hard time finding the strike zone here. We're at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. It's the 2009 World Baseball Classic. I'm Jon Miller with Joe Morgan and Steve Phillips. Team United States, Team Japan in the semifinal game. The winner will play for the title of the World Baseball Classic tomorrow night against South Korea. Team USA was leading 2-1 in the 4th inning back at Roy Oswalt, but then Japan scored 5 runs in the 4th to take command of the game. David Wright throws out Jojima, who moves up the runner. Kataoka to second. Evan Longoria came up after the 2-run double by DeRosa. DeRosa was at third with 1 out. Longoria has the pinch hitter.
Well, he's been throwing him fastballs. Then he showed him the split. You see it start in this bottom of the strike zone and bottom out. That's exactly what you want to do. You don't want to start at the top and have it break into the hitter's zone. You want to start at the bottom of the zone and have it fade out. And Longoria swung right over the top.
So here is Iwamura, who had that big triple in the 4th inning. It was 3-2 when he hit it. Off the outside to Iwamura. Runner at second, 1 out. Is Team Japan trying to get that little bit of insurance here? Team USA in the 9th inning scheduled to have Derek Jeter, Jimmy Rollins, and David Wright. So they've got people up there who could make a rally happen. 2 runs would be hard enough. Team Japan trying to make it a 3-run deficit.
You're right. That's a big run out at second base right now. And nice block by Brian McCann right there. That kicks away. You'd have a runner on third base with less than 2 outs. Keep him on second. Try to get an out. Force him to get a base hit to pick up the run.
And the young Japanese ace, Yu Darvish, is warming up in the bullpen as we speak. So it becomes apparent that he is going to come in for the 9th inning of this game. Hanging slider from Hanrahan, but it works out. Roberts throws out Iwamura. 2 down over to third base goes Kataoka. 2 down. Sports Center. Right after the game, stay tuned for that. The entire day in the world of sports will be presented to you on Sports Center. Steve Berthume and John Anderson will have the whole story on Sports Center right after this game. Now Kawasaki. Munenori Kawasaki. Runner at third, 2 down. He takes ball 1. Now this guy, we've seen it. He's a pretty good bunter. He wants to figure out a way to get that runner home from third here.
Well, David Wright is playing in close at third, as well as DeRosa at first base.
This is going to be a tough play for the hole at short. Jeter. High and wide, safe at first, and a run has scored.
Well, Jeter got in position to get rid of the ball quickly because Kawasaki runs very well. He just delivered a high throw. Now watch him get in position. He doesn't straighten up and throw. He just gets himself in position, doesn't take time to set his feet a little high, and DeRosa does all he can to catch it and make the tag, and he's not able to do so.
And another leadoff walk has been turned into a run. That's twice that has happened tonight. Oswalt issued a leadoff walk in the second. That became a run, and now a very big run here. 7-4. Japan out in front, and Scott Shields is coming in for the bullpen. Shields of the Angels to face Ichiro of the Mariners when we come back.
Car will win. Craftsman makes sure all of them could. Craftsman, America's most trusted tool brand. And the official tools of NASCAR.
I'd like the crab cakes and throw in chowder, salmon, and shrimp, all for around $10.
No!
No other place can match Golden Corral's Great American Seafood Tour. Hawaiian coconut shrimp, Eastern Bay scallops, and more. All for around $10. Only at Golden Corral.
World Baseball Classic Moments presented by Puerto Rico. Visit gotopuertorico.com. In 2006, Japan and Korea, two of the sport's biggest rivals, played for the hopes of a nation. Heading into the semifinals, Korea had been dominant. Not one loss, not one error. But Japan was ready. They beat the formidable Koreans, and it was on to the finals for Team Japan and its jubilant fans. Book your vacation now. Visit gotopuertorico.com.
What is a petaflop?
A petaflop is 150,000 computations for every human on the planet per second. This computer can be used to help redesign our energy grid,
cure diseases in the vascular system.
You could simulate the Big Bang.
We can build
smarter cities,
cut down on crime, disease, gridlock,
global warming.
It can help us make the world work better.
We just broke the petaflop barrier. I'm an IBMer.
Let's
build a smarter
planet.
Joel Hanrahan out of the game now. His leadoff walk having turned into a run on what was scored as a throwing error on Jeter. Although I would call that a forced error by the speedy Kawasaki. And here is Ichiro, who takes a called strike from Scott Shields, the outstanding setup man reliever. He's been the setup man for Frankie Rodriguez for a while with the Angels. Runner goes, and the throw is too late for McCann. Kawasaki steals second as Japan wants more.
I wish I had said this out loud earlier, but you know, you bring in Hanrahan in the situation that you did. Scott Shields is your best other middle relief pitcher out in that bullpen. Better than Hanrahan, more experience than Hanrahan. Rather than bring him in after having given up the run, I think he would have been a nice option to go to start the inning. Coming off of those left-handers, you need to put a 0 up on the board after scoring those runs. I bring in my best guy to do it.
And a swing by Ichiro, fooled on that curveball from Scott Shields. Well, it goes back to the conversation we were having. Yeah. One team is playing as if it's a World Series, and the other is sort of alternating between that and a Grapefruit League game, a Cactus League springtime exhibition.
Well, it actually looks more like the All-Star game, where you're trying to get everybody in under any circumstances.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Ichiro gets a piece of it. Going back, Joe, you had commented about Victorino having been out on deck to pinch hit for Granderson. But Granderson himself We were just talking about it between innings. He was a left-hander hitter with power against a right-hander on the mound to begin with.
And the wind is definitely blowing out to right field. I mean, it's just a gale out to right field right now. So you'd rather have a left-hander up there just to get the ball in the air if you're trying to tie the score. But again, you know, giving David the benefit of the doubt, Longoria came here, so they wanted to use him, and he's trying to use everybody else. As we said, trying to make everyone happy.
Right center field. That's in there for a hit. Adam Dunn picks it up. Another run has scored. Kawasaki in. Ichiro's first hit of the night. And Team Japan is another step closer to the championship game.
We'll talk about the contact hitting approach. Two-strike approach, ball down, way out of the zone. But if you're going to commit, go down and at least make contact with it. And, you know, it's always a good sign for Japan when Ichiro gets himself going. We talked about Murata, their power bat, being out of the lineup. They need to manufacture runs. He's a big part of it and a good sign for him to get things going if they are to advance to the championship game.
So Kawasaki has been a key man tonight. He's had 2 hits, been involved in 2 different rallies where he's scored big runs. Here's Nakajima, the shortstop, who has also been a key man tonight. He's just been flawless in the field. Team USA has been charged with 3 errors in the game meanwhile, and 4 of the Team Japan runs are listed as unearned runs. And that is the margin in this game. They lead by 4 unearned runs. A ball and a strike to Nakajima, who is 1 for 4 in the game.
If you're doing a scouting report on Team Japan's hitters, the left-handed hitters especially, do not throw the ball down. I mean, you have to keep the ball up. We've seen them go down. That ball that Ichiro hit was almost a foot off out of the strike zone.
Well, Adam Dunn let that ball go right by him, and that will allow another run to score. Adam Dunn came over there and then just watched the ball skip by him. Ichiro comes all the way around to score. Nakajima into second. And suddenly Team USA just falling apart out there. 9-4 Japan.
I don't know if Adam Dunn lost the ball in the lights or something, but it's just almost like he gave up on it. You see Nakajima jammed, the ball just flares out there, and Adam Dunn's route to go to the ball, it's like he just assumed it was going to be Shane Victorino's ball in center field. And they just keep on running.
Here is Aoki with Nakajima at second. So 3 2-out runs have scored, all unearned runs because of the error by Jeter. But I will say, all errors are not equal. That error was forced by the man who hit the ball, Kawasaki. Jeter had to get rid of that ball flat-footed from deep in the hole, and you pointed out, Joe, he was in position to throw the ball, but that's a long throw to make flat-footed. And forced by the great speed of Kawasaki. Aoki retired. Roberts throws him out. Team USA needs a miracle now. They need 5 to stay alive. Jeter, Rollins, and Wright coming up.
Now, Genesis Today with your host, Ron Elke.
It has long been a challenge of radiation treatment, how to target the cancerous tumor without hurting the healthy tissue around it. Now, the Genesis Cancer Care Institute is the first in the region to offer tomotherapy, a system with highly precise radiation that spares more healthy tissue and reduces side effects. Ask your doctor or radiation oncologist if tomotherapy is right for you, and go to genesishealth.com/today to learn more.
This has been Genesis Today. Genesis, never settle.
Buying a new commercial truck has never been easier. Leading our zone with sales and service, River City Ford is easy to find and easy to work with. Just stop into the dealership on West River Drive or visit us at our website to view our inventory and find out why your next truck has to be a River City Ford truck. Our staff is committed to you, our customers, and dedicated to your satisfaction.
River City Ford, trucks and cars, making friends with our sales
and keeping them with service.
First and second round coverage of the Masters, April 9th and 10th on ESPN.
Ahead on SportsCenter, the Sweet 16 is all set. Bob Knight, Dick Vitale, and the College Game Day crew on who got it done and who blew it, and who looks Elite 8 ready. Don't miss the March Madness Mayhem SportsCenter after the game on ESPN.
At the end of a long, hot day, grab a beer with a taste as cold as the Rockies. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Now the ninth inning. 3 outs of life left to Team USA in the 2009 World Baseball Classic. Team Japan, they won the tournament, the first one 3 years ago, and they lead here in this semifinal game 9-4, and there is their young ace, Yu Darvish, 6 feet 5 inches tall, 22 years old. And Darvish, we thought was likely to be the starter tomorrow against South Korea if they won the ball game here tonight. But he was warm and ready to go. They had him warmed up in the 8th inning, and so his manager Tatsunori Hara is using Darvish right here to try and close out this victory over Team USA.
Darvish has 90 career appearances in the Japanese Professional League, 88 of them as a starter. 21-year-old right-hander could run that fastball up there, an outstanding slider. And I think this clearly means that if they do advance Sasashi Iwakuma, outstanding pitcher for the Rakuten Eagles, the expansion team went 21-4 last year. The first Japanese pitcher to win 20-plus games since 2003 will be on the hill in the championship game.
And Iwakuma was brilliant against Team Cuba just a few days ago in eliminating Cuba from the World Baseball Classic. Here's Derek Jeter to try and get Team USA started. When they took the field, though, in the last of the 8th, they needed 2 runs. Now they need 5. Ball 1 from Darvish at 95 miles an hour. SportsCenter right after the game. Stay tuned. They are ready. They're in the studio. You got all the highlights lined up. And we will be back here tomorrow night. South Korea will take on, at this point, appears almost surely to be Japan in the championship game of the World Baseball Classic. 2 balls and no strikes to Jeter. And a fastball in there from Darvish. Now, a friend of mine, Eric Nadel, the voice of the Texas Rangers for the last 30 years, and who is very up to speed on Cuban baseball, has made several trips to Cuba, knows the people down there, knows the teams, knows the players. He sent me an item, a column written by Fidel Castro. It appeared in the Friday newspaper, the official Communist Party newspaper in Cuba, Granma. And Fidel praised his team, praised the players and whatnot, although he condemned the manager, basically.
That's never good.
Saying the leadership was not good in San Diego. But Fidel said that he thought there was no way that any team from the West currently in the tournament could beat either South Korea or Team Japan in this tournament. And on that one, Fidel appears to be right. Jeter is 1 for 5 in the game, and here's Jimmy Rollins. Rollins has not been retired. Jimmy Rollins has had 2 singles, a triple, and a walk. And ironically, Brian Roberts, the very first batter of the night, hit a home run to start this game. And no Team USA leadoff man has reached base since then. 8 consecutive innings without getting a leadoff man on board. And a strike called to Jimmy Rollins. Rollins 3 for 3 plus a walk tonight, hitting .391 in the tournament. One ball and 1 strike now to Rollins.
John, it was interesting that Jimmy Rollins wasn't selected for the World Baseball Classic in 2006, and he was MVP of the season. the next year, during the season. And when they first called and asked him to go, his first inclination was to say no. And then he thought about it, and he says, I'm bigger than that. And he decided to come. So I really, my hat's off to him for, taking that step, because it would have been easy for him to say, no, I don't want to do it. You didn't want me last time when I wanted to go. Now you want me, maybe I won't go. But because he's a world champion now. His team's won the world championship last year. So, kudos to Jimmy Rollins for, putting his personal thoughts away, from and hiding them from the team. I don't even know if a lot of people knew that or not. I knew it because we talked about it.
Just got a piece of that breaking ball from Darvish. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, Davey Johnson, in talking about this team, one of the things I asked him was, what has surprised you about this club? And he said, I knew about the talent. It's the character. And it goes to the point that you make, Joe. They have so many high-quality people on this team. And, clearly they're going to be disappointed if it ends up this way, that it didn't go better. But, when you have the likes of Curtis Granderson and Derek Jeter and David Wright and Jimmy Rollins, you've got some of the Mark DeRosa, high character, high quality guys.
Another base hit for Jimmy Rollins. His 4th of the night. Well, Jimmy Rollins has played like a world champion in this one. 4 for 4 plus a walk. On a night when Team USA has only 9 hits total, he has 4 of them. And now David Wright, who is 1 for 4 in the game. David Wright knocked in the go-ahead run in the 3rd that gave Team USA a 2-1 lead, which they had for a brief time. A little double into right center field. Struck out twice since then. 1 ball and no strikes. David Wright and Jimmy Rollins teammates. It doesn't really add up, does it? When they are bitter rivals during the Major League season, David Wright of the Mets, Jimmy Rollins of the Phillies, and that's turned into a Yankees-Red Sox kind of a rivalry in that National League East. And of course, Jimmy Rollins made some remarks that were taken as inflammatory remarks by Mets fans year before last. And he said the Phillies would definitely beat the Mets and win the division, which they did. That was a foul ball. No play.
We saw that celebration against Puerto Rico, and seeing Mets and Yankees and Red Sox and Yankees jumping on each other's shoulders, celebrating and slapping high fives. It is odd, but it also goes to the fraternity that's baseball, and being part of a team and certainly representing your country brings out the best.
But Jimmy Rollins was giving Derek Jeter a lot of grief at the batting cage, just as if they'd been teammates for years. Here's the stretch now. And that breaking ball from Darvish is low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jimmy Rollins was asking people about Daisuke Matsuzaka's pickoff move, thinking that he might have a chance to steal a base against him. He's asked Jeter about it. He says, oh, I probably don't need to ask you. You don't need to know. Jeter got a little offended. He swung.
Well, earlier in his career, obviously, Jeter stole quite a few bases, especially in clutch situations.
And he can steal a base now if you need it. Still moves pretty well.
Right fielder, number 17.
So 2 down. David Wright strikes out for the 3rd consecutive time. And here comes Adam Dunn, who is 0 for 3 plus a walk. Team Japan. South Korea tomorrow night, 9:30 Eastern Time, 6:30 out here in the Pacific time zone. There goes Rollins. They're not holding him, and a called strike to Adam Dunn as Rollins takes second base uncontested. Meanwhile, the catcher Jojima out to talk to Darvish. Yu Darvish allowed 3 first-inning runs to South Korea on Tuesday night. And Japan went on to lose to South Korea in that game, setting up their elimination game the next night against Cuba. And it wasn't as if Darvish got knocked around in that game.
No, the defense kicked it around behind him. Aki Romori had a couple plays early in the game that led to a couple runs, and they never made up that ground. And Joe, you said it right from the start. You cannot make mistakes against this team. They capitalize on it, and that's a big part of what happened.
So likely Iwakuma tomorrow night for Japan, and Jun Kyun Bong, I'm sure, will go for South Korea. I'm not sure because they've told me, but he has beaten Japan twice in this tournament this year. He's experienced, and he asked for the ball after they got clobbered in Tokyo.
So I'm sure he's asked for it again.
I would hope so. I mean, you should just be handed it at this point. You beat him twice. Tough to do it 3 times, though.
I know we're getting toward the end, but I would like to see Adam Gunn hit one with the wind blowing out. We may see one go out of Dodger Stadium.
Not this night. Team Japan defeats Team USA here in the USA. The United States is finished in this World Baseball Classic, and Team Japan with a chance to win the Classic for the second time in a row up against their arch rival South Korea tomorrow night. 9-4 the final. Japan beating the U.S.
Well, it's the final pitch of the ball game. Fastball. Dunn obviously looking for something else. Fastball right down the middle as Daisuke and his teammates celebrate. And now they know they have a chance to repeat as champions of the World Baseball Classic.
Big team effort, took care of all of the mistakes from Team USA, capitalized on them.
21 pitches for Darvish, so we could see him tomorrow in relief in the championship game. It is down to 2 teams. This 16-nation tournament that started about 3 weeks ago in Tokyo and in 4 different parts of the world has been winnowed down to the 2. The Asian arch rivals, South Korea and Japan, tomorrow at 9:30 right here on ESPN. We hope you will join us then. The final score, Team Japan 9, Team USA 4. Coming up next is SportsCenter. Stay tuned for that. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Now for Joe Morgan, Steve Phillips, and Pedro Gomez, this is Jon Miller. Thanks for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed the telecast. 9-4 Japan. We'll see you tomorrow night at 6:30. Now to the studio. Here's SportsCenter.
James able to go to the rim and the foul. This is SportsCenter.
What's your bracket look like now? The Sweet 16 set. See why it was one close call after another on Sunday.
Hey, we're down to the Sweet 16, baby. The chalk is alive. It's going to be awesome, baby. When a count delay.
Getting you ready for what's next. Dick Vitale on which team is the most dangerous headed to week 2. King-size win streak. See how LeBron and the Cavs made it 9 straight. Plus, late drama, wild comeback by D-Wade and the Heat, and a postseason message out west. Baseball, it has been a roller coaster ride for Team USA at the WBC. See if it's all over for the Stars and Stripes or there's one more climb. An historic upset and tournament loss. NCAA Women's Tennessee Ball State first round, 2-time defending champs. The famous 12-5 upset. Portia Green pours it in, 71-55 Ball State. And for the first time in the 28-year history of the tournament, the Lady Vols failed to reach the Sweet 16. They're beaten by 16. They had been 27 for 27 out of the first round. We'll have complete highlights, and we'll hear from Pat Summitt as well later on SportsCenter.
How's that first start? Yeah, well, I was right. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthiaume, John Anderson along the way. Sunday, all about the brackets. You got your World Baseball Classic semis, Team USA. NCAA women's brackets, we just saw that. Both those coming up. That leaves us with what?
I don't know. I didn't look ahead. But anyway, the Big East trying to fill up the entire Sweet 16. Marquette giving a maximum effort and making all bodies available. Dominic James returning from a broken foot to play for the first time since February 25th. And there he is, between 2 and 5 since he left the lineup. Buzz Williams, his coach, said, the thing I'm excited about is we're going to give him an opportunity to close out his career in the best way he possibly could. Played 17 minutes, no shots, no points, but he gave the other guys great rest, good minutes off the bench. Marquette, after trailing by 16 in the first half, Lazar Hayward gets it in the foul, puts Marquette up 4. Leo Lyons the other way for Mizzou in the low post. Got it to go. Mizzou up 1 after the free throw. We're tied with 10 seconds to go. JT Tiller to the rack. Fouled, hurts himself, has to come out of the game. Kim English comes on, knocks down 2 free throws. Marquette down 2 then. Hayward, a violation over the line. Basketball courts are not 93 feet 8 inches, or we'd still be playing. Dominic James, the career closeout there. Mizzou wins at 83-79. Other Andersons are now allowed to talk.
We're down, I think, 4 points with like a minute or something to go, and I heard one of our guys made the statement, we've been here before, fellas. And when he said that, that told me our guys finna buckle down and make some plays.
You know, it was a pretty weird ending, and I thought it was, you know, like someone said earlier, a little ironic that we were able to win the game there at the free throw line after Marquette had, you know, basically lived at the free throw line the whole game. So, you know, I can hardly remember it now. I'm just happy that we were able to win the game.
All right, the West mostly as scripted as 3-seed Mizzou advances to the Sweet 16 for the first time since 2002. They will play number 2 seed Memphis. That's a Thursday contest. The only lower seed to win in this region was Purdue's minor upset over Washington. That was a 4-5 game. Boilers play top seed UConn in Glendale, Arizona. Huskies yet to break a sweat.
Coach who? Patino. Which team? Louisville. The one in the Midwest up against Siena out of the Metro Atlanta. Of course, the Saints coming off that double OT upset of Ohio State. Second half, Alex Franklin, 2 of his 19. And here we go. We're tied up. Ronald Moore, thanks very much. I'll take that. Ahead to Clarence Jackson. It's a 12-0 overall seed. Under 2 minutes left, shot clock. Hurry up, Terrence Williams. He had 24 points and 15 boards. Louisville in control now to 5 final minutes. Penny Hasbrook misses. Williams. Hasbrook said, we thought we had him. Long outlet to Earl Clark, who had 12 and 12. Louisville survives. They've won 12 in a row, now 30 and 5. Back to the Sweet 16 for the second year in a row.
Midwest number 2, Michigan State, 10-seed USC. Sparty fans hoping someday this will be a Rose Bowl. Second half, Spartans up 1. Raymar Morgan's pass deflected by Daniel Hackett. Mar DeRozan got it. DeRozan had 18 points. USC up 1. Men of Troy. 2-point game. Spartans ahead again. Dwight Lewis stealing. We're tied at 67. He had 19. Going the other way, Kalen Lucas finds Travis Walton, who had 18 points. That was a career high. Sparty up 2, and then Walton one more time. They win at 74-69 to advance. Reese Davis weighs into Sunday's late game excitement.
It would be pretty easy to say that the number 1 overall seed in the tournament struggled because they were dealing with a team from the Metro Atlantic, a team that doesn't have the same type of name recognition. But on the other hand, Digger, I think you could say that Louisville really did itself a favor. They won despite forcing just 9 Siena turnovers.
And only got 9 points off those turnovers. So credit Siena for the way they played the game, got aggressive, were smart against the pressure. And how about this stat? They get 24 points off of 17 Louisville turnovers. That was the difference in the game. But when you take a look at Terrence Williams, he makes everything happen for them. 24 points, 15 rebounds. He's the difference when it comes time for crunch time for them to win a game here.
You know, I think it's interesting to see how important it is for Louisville to create turnovers. Coming into this game, they forced 22 turnovers a game. And Siena, the point guard, Ronald Moore, did an outstanding job at taking care of the basketball, getting it down to the undersized power forward and center, Edwin Ubelis, and also Alex Franklin. I thought they outplayed the front line of Louisville when you look at Samardo Samuels and Earl Clark. But down in the end, the big guy, Terrence Williams, he's been absolutely fantastic. Mr. Everything for Louisville this year. He was great in late game situations, and he came up big tonight.
A tournament that has been full of chalk had one bracket that was chaos. It was the Midwest. Louisville moved on, and so too did the 2-seed Michigan State. And they did so really, Digger, it seemed, by really creating a schematic advantage against the key part for USC.
Well, Southern Cal, by winning the Pac-10 as well as the first-round game against Boston College, it was Taj Gibson with points in the paint. Not today. He had 24 points against a good Boston College team going 10 for 10 in the field. But today, Michigan State attacked him. He plays 23 minutes, doesn't get any rebounds in the first half, has 3 points for the game, is non-factor. And you take Gibson away from Southern Cal, as good as Lewis and Hackett were, no way they're going to win this game, even though it came down to being that close of a game.
Yeah, but you look at that Marquette, Missouri game, and first of all, I just want to say Dominique James has been a pleasure to watch him in college basketball, and him coming back, he wasn't 100%, but his presence on the floor changed everything for Jarrell McNeil, Wesley Matthews. That was their first great offensive game in about 3.5 weeks, so they played terrific basketball. But you look at this Missouri team, a team that really gets after you defensively, creates turnovers, does a nice job of scoring in transition. In a half-court set, it's not all run and gun. They can pass the basketball, they pass some good shots, to get great shots, good execution in late-game situations. I think they really showed up. It's going to be an interesting matchup against very athletic teams in Missouri and Memphis. Good basketball, both teams.
Yeah, no question about it. And the question about Memphis has been, how would Tyreke Evans, a freshman who may not be a true point guard, deal with big-time pressure? He's going to see that from Missouri. How do you think he responds?
Well, one of the things you have to do against great pressure in Missouri is you can't give that all to Tyreke Evans. There's a number of guys who are going to bring up the basketball. Daniel Mack's going to have to help them bring up the basketball. Antonio Anderson, a guy that can do everything. Willie Kemp. A lot of guys are going to bring up the basketball to break that pressure. But one of the things for Memphis, when they break that pressure, they're terrific in transition. They're going straight to the hole.
I'll tell you one thing about Missouri. They get 19 points in the game against a good team where they get 19 offensive boards and get it done that way. They also get points off turnovers. 5 guys in double figures. I love this Missouri defense. Mike Anderson has his team playing. It's going to be a tough game for Memphis.
And Missouri slaying some demons, winning in Boise, the site of Tyus Edney's great shot against them in 1995.
Thanks for that reminder. Midwest, Southeast still to go. The Sweet 16 team that is the most dangerous in the next round. Bob Knight, Dickie V's sneak peek. It's coming up. Steve?
When fighting for world domination, at least as baseball sees it, who is your starting pitcher? Facing Japan in Sunday night's WBC semifinal, U.S. manager Davey Johnson decided it would be Roy Oswalt. Now, Jake Peavy was all lined up, ready to go, but his ERA in this event was over 14. Remember, he started the game in which the Americans were mercy ruled by Puerto Rico. So Peavy pushed back, given an extra day with Monday's championship game in mind, and Oswalt was handed the ball. U.S. versus Japan at Dodger Stadium. Winner faces Korea for the title on Monday. Loser goes home. Daisuke Matsuzaka on the mound. Leading off, it's Brian Roberts, and there it goes. Daisuke 5-0 career in WBC games coming in. Off to a rough start. Leadoff home run, 1-0 U.S. Fourth inning, here is Oswalt, and, well, he's worked himself into trouble here. 2-1, Kosuke Fukudome. Off the glove of Roberts. Atsunori Inaba scores. Japan on its way to a 5-run fourth later in the inning. Akinori Iwamura. Right field. Gets into that corner. Adam Dunn chasing it. Not exactly a gazelle out there. Fukudome scores. He's trying. Japan up 4-2. Oswalt tagged for 6 runs, 4 earned in 3 2/3. Ouch. Top 5. U.S. got something going here. 2-1. Daisuke rings up David Wright. Matsuzaka, 2 runs on 5 hits in 4 2/3. Struck out 4 through 98 pitches if you're scoring at home. 8th inning, down 6-2. Mark DeRosa down the left field line. It gets away from Norichika Aoki. Ryan Braun and Brian McCann both come in. DeRosa was playing first base in this game, winds all the way up over at third, and back comes the U.S. It's a ball game again. They're backing it at 6-4, bottom 8. Munenori Kawasaki to short. Derek Jeter. That's E6 on number 2. Japan a 5-run fourth. They add 3 in the 8th. They advance to the title game. So the U.S. eliminated 9-4. The bats not the issue. It was the pitching. Out of the 8 teams to advance to the second round, the United States ranks 7th. Their ERA 5.99, only 6.3 strikeouts per 9, 1.3 home runs allowed per 9 innings. They rank 6th with a whip of 1.7. Ouch.
It was quite a ride for the red, white, and blue at the WBC. More on the way, and more on why it was not a happy ending for Team USA from the guys who called the ball game in L.A. The battle for NBA playoff positioning is on. See how the Cavs made it 9 in a row and called a comeback. D-Wade turns up the heat late. Check your oil, Bert. The Busch brothers taking over NASCAR's driver's seat. I got shotgun. Get ready to see how Kyle dialed up his second Cup victory of the 09 season. And some Midwest madness on the way, plus the best Sweet 16 matchup. The hottest team still dancing. Bob Knight, Dickie V, get you ready. Coming up.
The Volkswagen Routan. engineered with the whole family in mind, loaded with features including carefully devised storage systems, elegant leather seating surfaces, wireless headsets, individually operated DVD players, a high-tech navigation system, and a German-tuned suspension for precise handling and control. The Volkswagen Routon with 0% APR and 3 years or 36,000 miles of carefree maintenance.
Don't come near me.
This is a real story.
An aide to Congressman Collins was found dead this morning.
He's an old friend of yours. Good reporters don't have friends, only sources.
When the story, who might have wanted Sonia dead, reveals a conspiracy.
This girl was double agent.
Keep your friends close.
Trust no one.
And your enemies closer. But only if you can tell them apart.
This is as connected as it gets.
State of Play. Rated PG-13.
This'll work.
Hey, look, it's the four guys.
Have a good time, four guys.
Four Captain and Colas. No. Four guys' money's no good here.
Wow, the four guys. You must be doing really well.
Why, have you seen our posters?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Got a little captain in you. Drink responsibly.
All right, your business. Well, we're all looking to cut costs, so let's kill the lights. Well, that's a good start, but you want to do more. Well, with UPS, you have shipping options to fit your budget. Plus, time-saving technology that can help streamline your shipping process. Because this economy is showing us something. It's time to start looking at costs in a new light. See? It's getting brighter in here already.
Now more than ever, see what Brown can do for you.
Sports Center, brought to you by State Farm, where great coverage meets great rates. Call, click, or visit and start saving today.
Kansas, the 3 in the Midwest, simply had way too much. Cole Aldrich for 11th seeded Dayton. Aldrich, 6'11 sophomore. Big reason the Flyers shot only 22% for the game to block there in the first half. Sharon Collins behind the back, he had 25. Now, this would be a recurrent theme. Aldrich just swatting shots away. Flyers shot 9 of 40 in the first half. Aldrich, 6'11 sophomore, Bloomington, Minnesota native, playing back in Minneapolis, 13 points and 20 rebounds. Second half we go, and let's see. Cole Aldrich is still in the way. He's blocking everything. Should have been blocking shots since I was a little kid. I was 6 foot in the 5th grade. His 10th block of the game, that gives him a triple-double. Last triple-double with blocks in the tournament, 92. Who else? Shaquille O'Neal, LSU against BYU. 11 blocks, 13 boards, 26 points. Aldrich finished with 13 points, 20 boards, and the 10 blocks, which were your career high. So he's in there with Shaq in the books. Kansas wins 60-43 as Aldrich swats his way into the Sweet 16. Cole Aldrich, 13, 20 rebounds, 10 blocks, just the 6th triple-double in NCAA tournament history. Last player with a tournament triple-double, Marquette's Dwayne Wade, 2003 Elite Eight against Kentucky. Aldrich and O'Neal now the only guys to have triple-doubles that include blocks in a tournament game. By the way, Shaq's 11 blocks in 92, still the NCAA tourney single-game record.
All right, triple-double, the double-digit seeds. 13 versus 12, Cleveland State, Arizona, both to be headed home 2 days ago. And the 13s not faring well in these rare matchups. 1-6. Chase Buttinger on the business end of a Nick Wise passer. 15 points, Arizona up 12. And then Wise drives, dishes to Jordan Hill. Wise, 8 assists and 21 points. That's a good stat sheet for him. Cleveland State hung around, but too much U of A. Good defense here. Wildcats take off Kyle Fogg. Beware the fog. Jamel Horn. Arizona wins at 71-57 to advance to the Sweet 16. All right, let's look at the Midwest Regional, which now moves to Indianapolis. Louisville survives to make their second straight Sweet 16 under head coach Rick Pitino, who's previously coached national champ at Kentucky. Cards will play 12-seed Arizona, the only double-digit seed to win 2 games in this tourney. They're the only Pac-10 school still playing. Kansas, Michigan State. Second time this season they'll meet. Round 1 went to the Sparty. That was won by 13 in East Lansing in January. Next stop on the March Madness Tour, the East and South Regionals. See who's still dancing and why, plus Dickie V's most dangerous Sweet 16 team. That's coming up.
Women's tournament again. The consensus number 1 UConn, 33-0 coming into the tournament. Senior Renee Montgomery and the Huskies in Gamble against UVM. Montgomery, 19 in the first half. Shot 74% from the floor, did UConn. Tina Charles, Gino says she was the key.
We've seen Tina dominate games, and we've seen Tina be something other than that. And I basically put it out there for her and for the rest of the team. If Tina Charles goes out and dominates games, then we have a chance to win every single game we play.
Charles had 32. Huskies' 6th 100-point NCAA tournament game. They advance against Vermont, 104-65. So here is the deal. Congratulations, Florida. You get UConn, which just scored 100 points, as we saw. Huskies now 34-0. They've won 25 straight tournament games at Gamble. The other second-round matchup, Cal and Virginia. That's in L.A. on Monday.
All right, Tennessee Ball State. We showed you how to end it. Let's show you a little bit more of it, right? Ball State, Cardinals making their first ever NCAA Women's Championship appearance. Lady Vols, Pat Summitt, 28th consecutive time in the women's dance. And the last two have ended with national titles. Audrey McDonald driving. It goes. She missed the free throw, but Ball State up 42-39. Portia Green, so good off the window. Yes. Ball State up 56-44. 5 minutes left in the game. Green. Somebody stop ball, length of the floor and gets it to go. Ball State up 65-51. The 12 upsets the 5, the two-time defending champ in a rout, 71-55. Coach Pat Summitt after the early exit.
Obviously, just a very disappointing loss. Got to give Ball State a lot of credit. They were a lot tougher physically. Just more aggressive, made shots. We didn't come ready to play. Unfortunately, we had a lot of people that didn't defend, and particularly in the one-on-one. And, you know, one of the toughest losses I've ever had to deal with at Tennessee.
It is the first loss by the Lady Vols in the first round in school history. They made it to the Sweet 16 for 27 straight seasons, so they hadn't lost in the second round either. Their first NCAA tourney loss to a team seeded lower than 4. They were 51-0 before Sunday. They were also the first defending champ to lose in the first round the following season. And by the way, this was Ball State, again, first appearance. Welcome to the NCAA tournament, our women's tournament brain trust, right now with analysis.
Well, welcome in. Trey Wingo here with Carol Lawson and Carolyn Peck. It's called March Madness for a reason, ladies and gentlemen, and Tennessee found out the hard way why it's March Madness. They're out in the first round for the first time in school history. Just to put this in perspective, it's not only the first loss in the first round for Tennessee, it's the first time they haven't made it to the Sweet 16 in the tournament's history. It's the first NCAA tourney loss to a team seeded lower than 4. They had been 51-0. And it's the first time a defending NCAA champ has lost in the first round. Tennessee, of course, had won the last 2 championships. Carolyn, explain the historical significance of this loss when you look at all that Tennessee has accomplished, and Ball State did it in their first game in the NCAA tournament in school history.
Well, I look at it in terms of the significance of the win for Ball State, because when it goes in the record books, it's going to say Tennessee, and you're going to be the team that gave Tennessee its first loss knocked out of the NCAA tournament.
All right, so now Pat Summitt has to try and rebuild this team somewhere. Carol, where does she go as she tries to get ready for another run at a title in a year?
She goes back to square one. It's back to the basics for the Tennessee program. This is a team that was not indicative of all the past teams in the history of the Tennessee program. And teams and opponents and coaches and players were not scared playing against this team as they were in years past. And so for this team, they've got to get back to the defense and rebounding, the staples of Tennessee basketball.
Tennessee may not be very experienced, but they are young. They've got a lot of talent, a lot of freshmen, and a lot of sophomores on this Tennessee squad. It's all about Ball State this weekend, making history in their first NCAA tournament game.
Now they're basketball state, I guess. At the top of the Berkeley bracket, 9-seed Michigan State advances. Will play top seed Duke, coached by former Spartans head coach Joanne P. McCauley. That game will take place on the Spartans' home floor. The other second-round matchup between 4-seed Iowa State and the Cinderella of the tournament so far. That's right, Ball State. Congrats, the big upset over the Lady Vols. Cavaliers and Nets. This here's the NBA. LeBron working on a 60-win season. East top seed, New Jersey not working on any of this thing. LeBron, 8-game win streak, averaging 30.1 points, 9.5 rebounds, almost 10 assists. Basically what we're saying here, that's nearly a triple-double, Bert. That's what that is. Pretty good. First quarter, Cavs up 9. James, the look away. He wasn't looking. Anderson Varejao was, so he caught it. Cavs up 11. Later in the first, James, another look-away pass. Varejao, look at Anderson finish. James, 4 assists, 2 points, but no field goals in the first quarter. Well, you got to pace yourself. Long game. Second quarter, 3:57 left, and James finally, there he found the bucket. Good for him. 10 points in the half. Cavs up 48-38. James, oh, you got to go to Mo. He's open for 3. Cavs up 15. 6 minutes to play. Cavs up 12. James, baseline. It seems to me he could score more if he'd like to, but he's sharing. That's nice. Good teammate. This time, James from Williams the feed. We look again. Intended for Varejao, maybe? Yeah, well, it all worked out fine. And James, despite that lack of scoring early, finished with 30, 11 rebounds, 8 assists, and the Cavs a big win.
Pistons putting the heat on Miami for 5th in the East. He'd have Dwayne Wade, but Detroit was without Rip, Rashid Nia, all out with injuries for this game. And Dwayne Wade, I'll take that, thanks. Heat on the road, down by 9, though. One more look. The vision anticipates and finishes. He had 39 points. And Dwayne Wade just can do no wrong lately. Right here, here's again, fools everybody that you want to look away. How about that one? There's the no-look. Jermaine O'Neal had 14. Then in the second, Wade reading Antonio McDyess like a book. The big block and then the finish to Udonis Haslem. Haslem had a nice night, 16. Heat down 2 at halftime. Thanks, you take it. I'm heading out of bounds. Fourth quarter. Pistons hanging around. They got a 1-point lead after this one. Rodney Stuckey to Walter Herman. Herman in the corner for 3. Next possession. The pass, you'll see, goes, nice ponytail, right through the hands of O'Neal. He appears to be having a midlife crisis. O'Neal, Mario Chalmers, who misses. Wade, give me the ball. But Haslem will pick it up, and there it is. He'd go up by 1. Next possession. Stuckey. Now, this could be the game winner. Dwayne Wade. The block. Wade saves it. Haslem is fouled. Haslem scored 6 points in the last 6 seconds. Michael Curry wanted a foul on the Stuckey play. Wade comes down with it, and the foot is right on that baseline, or dangerously close. Curry ejected. Heat win 101-96. Detroit has lost 4 or 5.
Vroom, vroom. The Busch Series lives, except no longer NASCAR's second line series sponsored by a brewery, as it was from 1984 to 2007. Now it's the Top Circuit, run by a pair of brothers, Kyle and Kurt Busch. Out front, everybody else behind them is pretty much related by virtue of, being out back behind them. The Busch boys won the last 2 races, were at the lead in one of the prior ones to that, and Kyle was cruising to victory at Daytona until a couple of knuckleheads ran him off the road. Bristol, Tennessee, the Food City 500. Kyle Busch driving like a kid in a candy car.
Drive like that outside?
I don't know if that's
pace car.
That's possible. Is that how that worked? Mark Martin starting on the pole for the 2nd straight race. Busch looking to finish first for the 2nd straight race, which is obviously the better way to go about this thing. Lap 33, they're just beating and banging. John Andretti spins Dave Blaney. Blaney keeps it off the wall. The rest of the field avoids the wreck. Into lap 60, Todd Bodine up in the wall, concrete. That's not so good for him then. We take another look on board with Kurt Busch. Bodine spins and everybody hits the brakes. They should have brake lights. That would make it easier to see what's going on. Busch would take some damage to the nose of his car, but continue on. Little brother, Kyle Busch, lap 70, passes Jimmy Johnson. They had the 54 straight sellout there at Bristol. It's the longest current streak at any track in the Sprint Cup Series. So they showed up to see him, and they like what they saw. Juan Pablo Montoya, Jimmy McMurray, they're banging each other. If there were police, they'd never get away with this thing. Here we go. Montoya spins McMurray coming out of turn 1. He's going to need a couple estimates. Take it into the shop. We go to lap 189. More trouble for McMurray. Gets loose. Hits the wall. Appears to save it. And then here comes Sam Hornish Jr. underneath. And McMurray is, well, there he goes again. Whee! Not as fun, I guess, for him. Lap 319. Leaders come into pit road under a caution. Jimmy Johnson wins the race off pit road to retake the lead, and Kyle Busch falls all the way back to 3rd. Lap 369, Busch going high again, trying to find, there's a 3-time champ, JJ, and Busch. Off he goes. He's driving a Snickers car. Looks yummy. Lap 440, Kevin Harvick blows a right front tire, goes up into the wall, bringing out the 7th caution of the race. There it is, bang. Although you get some advertising there for the oil. 8 laps to go. Busch winning the race off pit road to retain the lead. He's going to need it because we're going to have more caution, more yellow fly. Joey Logano blowing the engine. That's not going to make Joe Gibbs happy.
Wow.
Yeah, you could ground the kid. He's a youngster. You can't just go out there blowing up cars like that. On the restart, Bush holds off teammate Denny Hamlin. Bush, his second career win at Bristol, and he just dominates that concrete bull ring down there in Tennessee. Got the checkered flag, the whole thing, and there he is. See, sometimes he drives the M&M car. Sometimes he's got Snickers. Either way, that'll give you some
five food groups, sure.
Bush wins his second Sprint Cup race of the year, moves up to 4th in the Sprint Cup standings. He's almost overcome that 1st to 41st place finish at Daytona. Sits 85 points back of Jeff Gordon for first place. Gordon was 4th Sunday. Bush led for 377 laps. We're only about 502 or 3. 75% of the race at Bristol.
Ahead, Charlie Weiss about the current state of his Fighting Irish and why George W. Bush once came to him for advice. Plus the Sweet 16. How's your bracketology? There's Charlie Weiss. George W. Bush, we're told, once came to him for advice. How'd that work out?
I don't know.
Ground ball. Tweedy. Yeah!
Well, if you can't wait for another no-no, you're in luck. A spring training no-hitter. Plus, is Johan Santana ready? We'll bracket.
World Baseball Classic Championship game tomorrow at 9:30 on ESPN.
If your family were a 3G family, you could post your trip on YouTube before you even get home. Or surprise your wife with tickets to a Broadway show. Email Grandma a T-Rex 1 second and a Tiger the next, all at 3G speed. Sprint's Everything Data Family Plan lets your family use their phones the way they want on America's most dependable 3G network. Plus, you'll save at least $360 a year over comparable AT&T and Verizon plans. Come into a Sprint store and see how much you can save.
Huge savings at the Dick's Sporting Goods baseball sale. Youth Adidas pull-up baseball pants, only $5.98. Save 50% on the Rawlings Cool Flow helmets and Mizuno batting gloves, your choice $9.98. Save on the Easton B12 Little League bat, now only $99.98. Plus new low prices on the best gloves from Mizuno and Louisville Slugger. Take $10 off the adult Nike Shox Monster Elite and lowest price of the season on the Youth Adidas Diamond King Cleat. If you buy baseball gear somewhere else, you'll pay too much. Save now at the Dick's Sporting Goods baseball sale. Play ball!
In your world, you're always on duty. In your world, the unpredictable is predictable. In your world, millions rely on you. In your world, you live to a higher standard. Panasonic Toughbook computers. Get equipped at foratoughworld.com. Toughbook 30 powered by Intel Centrino 2 with vPro technology.
Panasonic. Ideas for life.
To help America cope with these tough economic times, we put forth our own stimulus package, the Trojan Pleasure Pack, because we believe we should ride out these hard times together.
What can I get you? MGD 64. Got it?
Well, I'll have 64 calories of a Michelob Ultra.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got food, we got burgers, we got dogs, we got salad.
12 ounces, 64 calories. MGD 64. As light as it gets.
I'm wearing too much eye makeup and a thong.
How do you know I'm wearing a thong?
I'm a trained detective.
On Wednesday, April 8th,
Police, open up!
a new ABC series that's a different kind of cop show.
I'd push an old lady off a roof for you. I'd push an old lady off a roof for you, too.
Not your usual cases.
She's armed, she's dangerous, and she's desperate to get married.
Not your usual cops.
You're trying to kill yourself. Don't do it when I'm around.
ABC's The Unusuals. Series premiere Wednesday, April 8th at 10, 9 Central after a new Lost on ABC.
I thought I could trust you.
You don't have to worry about me.
In 2 days, bring Bond home. Quantum of Solace, Tuesday.
Dear PlayStation, MLB 09 The Show thinks I can't hit the high and inside fastball. You're gonna fix that, right?
Well, Dustin, PlayStation gamers demand the most realistic baseball game ever, so we're just going to keep it as is. It's called integrity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just polishing my MVP trophy. How many MVPs do you know that can't hit that pitch?
Apart from you?
MLB 09 The Show, the most realistic baseball game ever. Rated E for everyone.
On sale now.
How's your geography bracket? East Regional in Boise. Sure, what's better than a 12-5 upset? How about a 12-4? Wisconsin the 12, Xavier the 4. Jamel McLean, Xavier's up 3 second half. C.J. Anderson to McLean. Musketeers an Elite 8 team last year, trying to keep advancing here this year. There would be no upset here. B.J. Raymond, 12 of his 15 in the second half as the Musketeers held the Badgers to 25% shooting in the second half, and Xavier surviving and advancing 60-49.
Also in the East, Dayton. Pitt, Oklahoma State. Top-seeded Panthers saw too much of East Tennessee State, and the Pokes gave them a bunch, too. Obi Manello hits the 3. Cowboys 10 threes in the first half. Manello 19. It was 23-15. Byron Eaton turns it over. Ashton Gibbs, loose ball. Sam Young finished with 32 points. Pitt up 1. Levance Fields step back 3, and we're tied at half at 49. So look at this. Pitt can score. Second half, Pitt up 5. Fields, lefty scoop to DeJuan Blair, who had 10 and 12 in this one, and then Fields inbounds. It was Eaton, got him close, tight late, but Fields 13 points, 9 assists, and Pitt, you know what they say, survives, advance, 84-76. So Xavier makes its second straight Sweet 16 and will play top seed Pitt there, team that has not been past the Sweet 16 since seeding began in 1979. That was the Bird Magic thing. The other matchup between 3-seed Villanova, 2-seed Duke, which is in the Sweet 16 for the first time since 06. Both those teams are going to have to get on a bus instead of Greensboro and Philly. They'll play Thursday in Boston.
Syracuse has played 2 tournament games so far, and they haven't even gone into overtime or anything. Johnny Flynn in the orange, the 3 in the south. Arizona, James Harden, the 6. ASU struggle against that Syracuse zone. Arinze Onuaku, 2 of his 12. Orange up 9 at halftime. ASU makes a game of it, down 7, under 7 to play. Harden finds Ty Abbott. Hey, Abbott, they're within 4. He had 20. Harden, though, held to only 10 points on 2 of 10 shooting. Eric Devendorf for 3. Then Devendorf again. He had 21. Syracuse, 78-67. They beat the Sun Devils, and they win with defense and threes. It's career win number 799 for Jim Boeheim. So just like the East, the top 4 seeds move on in the South. Gonzaga will try to get to the Elite 8 for the first time since '99. They play North Carolina. The Orange get Blake Griffin and the Sooners. Let's get Coach Knight's thoughts on the Sweet 16. He's with Reese Davis.
Tremendous coaching resumes in the Sweet 16. A man who has 5 Final Four appearances, 3 national championships. Joining us now, Bob Knight. Bob, this is the first Sweet 16 we've ever had with 5 teams from one conference, and the Big East almost got 6 in. Why do you think the Big East has been so dominant in this tournament?
Well, I think during the course of the season, Reese, they played 16 or 18 games, maybe 19, including the tournament, and they played them against very, very good basketball teams. I think the teams in their conference that these people played one against the other, the best competition anywhere in the country, and I think that's made them all better.
And when you look at these teams, many of them highly seeded. Last year, for the first time in tournament history, we had all 4 1 seeds make it to the Final Four. This year is the first time you've had the top 3 seeds in each region all make the Sweet 16. It sort of leads me to wonder, how much parity is there really in college basketball?
Well, there are teams, discounting the fact that there are 5 teams from the Big East, Reese, in the 16 regional teams. There are other conferences represented as well, and I think those teams are all on, a fairly equal footing, with the possible exception of a couple of the Big East teams like Pitt or like UConn. But I think that across the board, from each conference, the good teams are pretty good. It just happens that the Big East has more of those teams that are pretty good than anybody else. But if you pay attention to conferences, and I think I have over the years, it varies from one year to the next, which conference has the best teams, which conference is going to get more teams go further than any other.
All right, when you start looking at this Sweet 16, a lot of compelling matchups. Give me a couple of games that you're most looking forward to.
Well, the 2 games I'm really looking forward to seeing are the quickness and the speed in the game that Memphis will play against Missouri. I think a lot of that rides on the Missouri press. Can Memphis handle it? Can Missouri press Memphis? I really think that Memphis has the upper hand in that game. And then Villanova and Duke. The reason I like that game is because those two teams play basketball the way I like to watch basketball. They have very good defense. They're tough on defense. They have good positioning. They help out well. They don't give up easy baskets. And their offense has good spacing, particularly Duke. I think Duke has the best offensive spacing and movement of any team in the country, but Villanova is good in those areas as well. So the things that I like in basketball, I think I'm going to see more of in that game than any other game.
And I think in that game late on Thursday night in Boston, you might have an intense atmosphere in the arena for Villanova and Duke. Looking forward to all of it. Bob, we'll see you soon.
Okay, Reese, thanks a lot.
There are 4 brackets tied for the lead after the second round of play in ESPN's Tournament Challenge. Those brackets overall, 46-2. That's some picking there. There are more brackets that have none of their Sweet 16s than brackets that have a perfect Sweet 16.
Those people are done.
Yeah, they're pretty much done. Just under 9% of brackets had Arizona in their Sweet 16.
Baylor without head coach Kim Mulkey for its tournament opener Sunday night. Mulkey hospitalized after